Speaker, then I think you can use your office to personally find time and pay attention to these detention facilities and look at those evidences, the purported red beret, so that with the clarification you have given and the precision that you have given us that that was not the UPDF uniform, your evidence could help the Oliver Lutayas who are there to be. I thank you.
Thank you. I would be, maybe she will invite me as a witness, but I don't need to be an expert. The UPDF gazetted publicly. So what I saw in the public gazette, because I first also interested myself. Olivia has not invited me, okay? But Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, you have ably answered this matter of national importance. And I feel your answer can be taken as a true reflection of what government does. Because members, Lilian Abe, when she put on that uniform, she was put to order. And that's why most of you knew. Otherwise, if she was not, maybe some of you would not have known. This issue was handled by the army. And I believe the army has already given a statement that Lilian Abe apologized. Preferably, maybe she didn't know. But now she knows. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the issue of berets, I always see people putting them on, and I don't see anybody being arrested, including members here. I see you putting them on. Everywhere, even in functions, I have not seen anybody being arrested. So maybe those ones were gazetted. Even jewelry is always on beret. Have you ever been arrested? Honourable Speaker, that's what I can.
Thank you. Honourable Narima.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, of late, we've heard from the Ministry of Internal Affairs the matter concerning the renewal of national identifications through its agency, NIRA. Right Honourable Speaker, most of us here got our national identity cards and were part of the first batch. That was in 2015. And many of our IDs are yet to expire on 2nd December 2024. Whereas we are wondering how can the identification of a national get expired. We would wish to get clarity. As I talk, many of my people in Wakiso and several other areas consult me about this matter. And we are having conmen who are taking advantage that we shall follow this and that. So, Right Honourable Speaker, before our people and the public get conned, could we get a justifiable process? And my prayers to this extent, can the Minister of Local Government, I beg your pardon, can the Minister of Internal Affairs get to this floor here and fully explain what process will be followed? Could we know whether it's going to attract any fee, like the way many times we see if someone has lost an ID, at least there is some fee. Then two, after every 9 years, are we continuously going to have this renewal? Could we have that statement? Two, I also request and pray that when it really comes to an extent and we are starting the process, our hard-to-reach areas like Maibusi Islands, it's a whole sub-county, but neighboring Kalangala, can we have alternative measures? Because those are some of the issues they face, that when there is a national activity, like mass rolling, the way to be, they have to do it, but their transportation. Could we have an alternative on online side that when people have smartphones, there are forms provided online? I beg to pray.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, do you want to comment or wait for the Minister to bring a statement?
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, government of Uganda put aside 300 billion, this I know for sure, to do this exercise, and the processes are on. I would only request that you give us some little time such that the Minister of Internal Affairs can come and give more clarity. But the fact is, we are on course.
Wednesday next week, right Honourable
Thank you so
Prime
much.
Minister. Thank you. No, you cannot have a procedural matter on an answer. Yeah. Yeah, even on a matter, it can't be a procedural matter. You can't raise a point of procedure on a matter of this nature, Honourable. Yeah. Honourable Kumugabje, I want us to confine ourselves to the point of procedure remaining a point of procedure. Otherwise, it ends up becoming a debate and over debating. Honourable Kumu.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise on a matter of national importance. Right Honourable Speaker, Nyagakwan is situated in the Okoro constituency. And on the 14th of September 2012, it was launched by His Excellency, the President of Uganda. To date, Right Honourable Speaker, we struggle to trace the corporate social responsibility put for this project. There is actually no bridge which was constructed across the river. The community annexed to Nyagakwan complained to date of no compensation. In this time, Right Honourable Speaker, we visited this project with the Natural Resources Committee of Parliament and a report was made. My prayers. We request the government to construct a bridge across the river. Would also like to know, as the leaders of the area, for the Minister of Energy to lay the project documents for this project. I would also like to request government to comply with the corporate social responsibility of this project in the original plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are my prayers. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable, you've made, in your submission, you have said that the committee visited and the report was made and the report is yet to be brought on the floor of Parliament. Now, Rule 8 is sub-rule 4 of our rules of procedure, which covers anticipation, specifically in reports of committees which are yet to be tabled on the floor, does not allow us to discuss such a matter until we receive the report. If so, next will be Honourable Eddie Kwizera. So let the report be brought quickly because you quoted the report and you made my work difficult as a presiding officer. Yeah. Yes.
Right Honourable, thank you very much.
Let the report come quickly.
Right Honourable, Uchimbiri County is a tourism county, but we have a challenge of both telephone and the internet network. My prayer is that the government should take it as a priority because tourism contributes to revenue and the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Minister for Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, they work together.
Thank you, Right Honourable. And I want to thank Honourable Kwizera for raising this matter. But just to inform the House is that we got into arrangement with one of the private companies which agreed to put up around 60 masts across the protected areas, and Mwindi is one of them. So we expect this maybe to be beginning in the next 3-4 months. But we'll go ahead and still engage UCC, and we've been engaging as government to see how they also participate.
Thank you.
But the program is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk and whips, please, I need in the next 5 minutes, I will ascertain a quorum so that we can go on the second reading for the bill that we are having. So if there are members in the canteen, in the corridors, they should come in, that I'm able to ascertain a quorum both physically and online. Honorable Mary Begumisa.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity on behalf of my people. I rise on an issue of national importance about the spate of murders to women by the unknown people in Sembabule district. As of 4 women have been murdered between the dates of 24th of October last year and a day before yesterday, the 5th of February, this very month. And if you could allow me quickly read their names. This report I've gotten this morning from the DPC and the RDC, and all of us have been working at it. Nantingo Annette, Nakuya Madrin, Najuka Flavia, Nabasilie Mastula, all of whom have testified that they are sex workers in Sembabule Town Council Parish Zone. They are strangled, raped, and murdered. It is keeping on recurring in our Sembabule Town Council, and investigations are going on. My prayers, quickly. I have 2 prayers. This one, I think, was killed a day before yesterday, and all people are scared. 1, the relevant ministries of security and internal affairs to quickly help our people, as our security people and the RDC have done their best, and I've talked to all of them this morning to put a small aid post or security lights or engage other people. My prayer number 2, that government should quickly help us with a special fund to these girls and women, like they did one day in Entebbe, where these women claim that this is an economic activity, that government can help them with at least an economic activity, a special fund quickly, because they have children, and then we can start something small for them and engage them in active business. I thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it's unfortunate that we have lost lives. However, before coming here, I had already got information that there are murders in Sembabule. We had a meeting with the Minister of Internal Affairs. General Muhoozi himself was present. And we have instituted a team to go to Sembabule to find out what really happens. And those police officers, senior at that, will be there for some time so that these criminals can be arrested. Now, for our senior citizens who work at night, I can only say they can go to PDM. Then 2, we have the Women Fund. Because that time of Entebbe, WEP was not there, and PDM. So we can only see through the Member of Parliament how they can access this money, and they start their economic activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clerk, ascertain for me quorum, both physical and online, and you give me results. Colleagues in the public gallery, this afternoon we have a delegation of elders from Bugaria County, Hoima District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Pius Wakabi, Honorable Tuasima Joram Roranga, and Honorable Businge Harriet. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you, our elders, for coming. Honorable colleagues in the public gallery, again this afternoon we have readers of Islamic University Students Union Parliament from Northern Division, Mbari City. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Wambede Masa and Honorable Nakaenze Koni Garwango. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you for coming. Honorable Pius, you know the procedure here. When you have visitors and you have a matter you want to raise, you come to the Speaker, Ari, and you, okay? No information, no one on the floor. Yeah. Our honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of Uganda Sugarcane Growers Association from Mutembe constituency, Jinja district. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable John David Livingstone and Honorable Katari Loy. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Honorable, have they given you very critical information which you refuse to share with me and you want to share it with the House?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent Bugaya County, where these elders have come from. They have one big concern. One, they want to thank government for supporting elders through SAGE. They really thank government for that program. But these elders are representing Bugaya, but from Kabale sub-county. Government is only supporting elders who are 80 years and above. But in the whole sub-county, there is nobody who is 80. The eldest elder is 79 years. So they are here and they are requesting your office. If you have any plan of lowering the age limit so that they can to 60, so that my elders can benefit.
Thank you. Now,
Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank these elders. They have sent me here twice and opposed. And they have already made a unanimous decision to send me back and oppose for the third term. So I thank you in the presence of my members. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
So Honorable Pius, I'll be sending you an invoice for this space, but I don't have that power. The Prime Minister is here. She's the leader of government business, so she should know much more. But Right Honorable Prime Minister, on that regard, there are also elders whom they recorded wrongly. And this is across the country. And the process of correcting that error on a national ID, you find someone you see with great-grandchildren, they show that she has 60 years. And the community knows they are even 90. Just Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to thank the member and our voters who are up there for the information. Honorable Speaker, we are lucky this government thinks about all the age brackets. Under PDM, we all agreed that 10% of the PDM money should go to the elders between the years of 60 up to 79. So the member should only help us to make sure that those elders in that age bracket get their support. Then two, Right Honorable Speaker, the few years I've spent as Prime Minister, I've discovered that during the time when we are registering people, during that time of the national ID, people were lowering their age because they did not want to be seen as very old, especially our mothers and the boys. And so now, when time came, they found themselves caught off guard. And so we have been, as a government, trying to rectify that. So members should not fear. They should go to their nearer offices in the districts and rectify this, because it can be seen. Some of these people have their birth certificates, and some of them have the baptism cards, and this can be seen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Honorable Chimosho.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I raise on a matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, in my area of Kazo, there is a secondary school, but I've also established that it is happening elsewhere, and it is a seed school. Government gave it money for upgrade. In the last financial year, the money returned to the center because government, the Office of Solicitor General could not clear the contract. And the argument is that Church of Uganda has given, actually government has given conditions that the money should not be used where they do not have a title. This money returned. They have sent it back. It's under U-Gift. We are in the third quarter. The contract is still in the Solicitor General's office. And the likelihood is that the money will return to the center another round, making it 2 financial years. Meanwhile, Right Honorable Speaker and other colleagues, children continue to suffer because the facilities are not sufficient enough. And people are wondering, what sense is government making by sending the money and bringing it back? So my prayer, number one, Right Honorable Speaker, is that government should step in and resolve this matter. Because this is an upgrade. The school is already in existence. Whether they clear or not, the school is there. I am wondering the sense that we are trying to make by the ping pong of not upgrading the school on the premise that it has no title when it is already in existence. Is there a time that we shall carry it away, the school, or it will remain? My prayer is that government should resolve this issue and have the contract signed and have the money utilized so that the students or children and parents in the area can benefit. And like I told you, Right Honorable Speaker and members, this is happening even in other areas, especially for schools that are under church-founded establishment. That is my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we made a resolution in this parliament that all government entities should have land titles. So the government is implementing a parliamentary resolution because people were grabbing government land, left, right, and center, even hospitals. And so it was noted that we needed to protect land for those institutions. I will handle the issue together with the Ministry of Lands and the Ministry of Education. We shall go to Kazo and make sure that this issue is solved.
Thank you. Honorable Byakatonda Abdul.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. In December 2022, the European Union Parliament passed a law barring products that are deforested from deforestation zones from entering their market. Apparently, our coffee is affected. And the European Union consumes 60% of our coffee grown in Uganda. You realize that, Honorable Speaker and members, you find that Uganda has coffee as one of its income earners, contributing about 15%. And in the supply chain, about 40% smallholder farmers are employed in this sector. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what is required here is one, to ensure that we form a national traceability committee system. Yes, my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. The formation of this committee requires 35 billions to form it and to put it in place. And they should actually do the mapping of all coffee growing areas in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we are left with about 12 months. And we shall be no more. We shall not have that market. So I beg that the government takes this matter with utmost urgency. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are handling rationalization as we speak now, and I know Cabinet is handling this matter of rationalization where we have UCDA being rationalized. I don't know what he's proposing can now come in with that request of 25 billion. We shall have to study the matter, Right Honorable Speaker. However, I wanted to inform you, Right Honorable Speaker, that last week I was in Italy. And Italy is one of those countries that consume our coffee. I had an interaction with the Prime Minister, my counterpart the other side. Yes. And we agreed that we need to add value to our coffee to shoot the European market. And like that, if we attract many factories that will add value to our coffee, definitely we shall enter the European market. Because they cannot do away without coffee. The Prime Minister told me that for them, coffee is part of their life. So I wanted to allay the fears of our brother that we shall continue to look for all opportunities across the globe and have our coffee go to different markets across the world. Unfortunately, we are the chairs of the G77 and the NAM. I mean, fortunately.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. Clerk has given me a report, both physically and online. We have 192 members, meaning we meet the threshold. Next item, Honorable Sarah, you say procedure matter?
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this House works through committees. And when we raise motions on the floor, it's the committees that process these motions. You have already talked about the issue of school fees. And remember, Right Honorable Speaker, that the motion on school fees was referred to the Committee on Education. It is now over 1 year. We have not concluded that. I presented the alcohol control bill on the floor of this House. And it's supposed to be processed as per our rules within 45 days. The 45 days have elapsed. I have not heard from the chair of the Committee on Health what is happening, because as far as I know, the process was interrupted by the ministerial policy statements, and I've not heard him coming to ask for time. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural issue I'm raising, would it not be right for the chair of the Committee of Health to tell us if, and education also, why they are not meeting the timelines as per our rules of procedure? Thank you.
Chair, Committee on Health.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yes, I do agree with the Honorable Member, but please expect a letter to that effect, explaining and asking to seek for audience on the floor of Parliament in relation to more days.
And he will give the reasons. Okay, you'll give the reason.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Yeah. Chair, Committee on Education. James, Honorable James.
Mr. Speaker, while that report was brought here, I think it was referred back to the committee, and we had agreed that the petitioners and members of the committee have to look at the details before a report which is synthesized is brought to the House. So we shall consult them, and then we have a final report. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sir, what I wanted to give, the information I want to give in line to that, is that in the whole country, we have over 40,000 schools. And the 40,000 schools, government only owns 10,000 schools. So the issue of private schools is something that the government must handle, and even the personnel inspecting that sector, because the other one has really is bigger than what government has. So that is the complexity of the matter. I thank you.
Thank you. So, next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper, bill second reading, the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we received the report. So, and I promised that we would hold the debate, and after continue processing the bill. Procedure, Honorable Adiomo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand on a procedural issue under our rules 99, sub-rule 1A. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether it's not procedural right for us to observe that rule, since we are dealing with an amendment, so that we can have the tally and roll calling of the members who are present. Thank you.
But Honorable, refer to the rule again. No, you don't need to read. We have our rules of procedure. 99 what?
1A.
And it's not referring to the Constitution? Because here we are not amending the Constitution.
No, it's not referring to the Constitution.
Yeah. So read. Can you read it for me?
99, roll call and tally.
Yeah.
1, roll call and tally voting shall be held in the following circumstances.
Okay, go on.
1, at the second and third reading of the bill for an act of Parliament to amend
Let's continue with the debate. Please. Just let's continue with the debate, and the debate starts now. So, I will start. I will start with the Honorable. Before we go any further, let me just make a very simple clarification. Honorable colleagues, I received a notice yesterday of proposed amendments from Honorable Manjeri. It came in, I managed to go through it today, but I told her to give it to the committee chairperson, and I've read through. I just wanted one confirmation from the chairperson that these amendments were presented to the committee as required under Rule 134, Sub-Rule 4 of our Rules of Procedure. Because you can clearly bring any, the Committee of the Whole House can handle amendments, but those amendments must have been presented to the committee and rejected. Otherwise, Rule 1, I think it's Rule 129, Sub-Rule 3 of our Rules of Procedure. If you have amendments to the bill, you take them to the committee. Once the committee does not consider your amendments, those amendments can be brought to the floor so that the committee of the whole house can look at them. And in the case of Marema Birizi Kiwanuka versus Uganda Law Society, court declared that the amendments that were moved on the floor without complying with Rule 133(4) of the Rules of Procedure, which is now Rule 134, Sub-Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure, court found that such amendments denied the committee the opportunity to scrutinize them, and that no reasonable grounds that had been adduced by the member for his or her failure to present the same before the committee. So I just want to know if these proposed amendments, because they were part of the bill, we are proposing amendment of the bill, if they were taken to the committee.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. According to Rule 134(4) of our Rules of Procedure, it states that the Committee of the Whole House shall consider proposed amendments by the committee to which the bill was referred, and may consider proposed amendments on notice. Where the amendments were presented but rejected by the relevant committee, or where, for reasonable cause, the amendments were not presented before the relevant committee.
Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have a reasonable cause why my amendments were not presented before the relevant committee. I was recently appointed as the Shadow Minister for Trade and Industry. When I was appointed, when it comes to the committee, sometimes it is always members of the committee that present, and their submissions are captured. And as a Shadow Minister, my submissions may be captured or not. Therefore, that's why I had to use this rule so that I'm able to present the amendments to the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. I have listened. Are you a member of the committee?
I'm not. And this will come around July when I'm designated to that
Okay.
committee.
So, honorable colleagues, here, a member is an ex-official of any other committee of which they are not members. Honorable colleague, it is imputing a bad motive on a committee to say you thought you can present your ideas, your views to the committee, and they are not listened to. That is putting a very bad image on Parliament, that colleagues cannot listen to submissions of other colleagues. If a honorable member can't be listened to, then what about strangers? Okay? So, honorable, I find your cause not that reasonable. And the problem, when you read through her proposed amendment, it's basically amending nearly the whole bill, saying you reject the whole bill. Now, you should have taken it to the committee so that you make our work easy. Very simple. You can't hide behind being a shadow minister. You're a member of Parliament from a sugarcane growing district. You know the interests of your people. So, colleagues, let's go. You have a chance of voting down what the committee has presented, or accepting what the committee has presented. Let's not be delayed by this, but I just wanted to inform you in time. Honorable colleagues, read Rule 134, Sub-Rule 4. It's if the amendments are fundamental. Yes. That's Honorable Senyonyi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we do seek your indulgence because as the House generally, we are now going to discuss these amendments, the proposed amendments, and so we seek your indulgence that any member including the Honorable Manjeri, can shoot through her thoughts, and then we get to discuss them as the House, and we establish, the suitability and all of that. So we do seek your indulgence, Right Honorable.
Honorable members, when you are debating a bill, the debate is limited to principles and objectives of the bill, not amendments. That's what your rules say. I'm not bringing any rules from anywhere. Honorable Jonathan, you want to get for us a middle ground?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my honorable colleague. She seemed not to have put her reasonable cause quite clearly for the House to understand. But if I understood her well, the practice in this House is that when committees sit, the notices are actually sent to members of the committee or through the WhatsApp forum. And even if you're a member of Parliament, it is extremely difficult for you to know where committees are seated. And perhaps that's the reason why, her being a non-member, she was not aware when they were processing. So for me, that is good enough, a reasonable cause, that she did not have ample opportunity or notice that the committee was sitting to present. So for that reason, I wanted to persuade that when we come to the committee stage, you allow her, and if the House is pleased to accept the amendment, the House will vote in favor. If not, it will be rejected.
Honorable Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Honorable Manjeri is a member of our WhatsApp group. We accommodated her as a shadow minister. Even in processing these amendments, she was seated with us in the same room. And even when we were signing this report, she was with us. The members are here of the committee. They can testify.
Honorable Jonathan.
In that case, if you look at the rule then, the explanation by the chairperson gives her. It means that when she appeared in the committee did not entertain. So the whole House now should, that's what the rule says.
Honorable, there is attending a committee and speaking, and attending a committee, and that's why I asked a question, that my question was very simple, that did you present the proposed amendments to the committee and they were rejected? Because if they were rejected, okay, then Rule 134 sub Rule 4 allows you. If they were not presented as per Rule 129 sub Rule 3, then your hands are stuck. And colleagues, really, I don't want us now to start doubting the conduct of each other here and all that. So, you see, you still have a chance of convincing members. When we reach on a clause, you go on and you say reject this. Okay? Chair. Yeah, you say Chair. Reject this, and we maintain what is in the bill, because that's what you wanted. Yeah, so, and I will give you that chance.
Right Honorable.
Okay? Of debating.
Right Honorable.
Honorable Baka, please, when I'm chairing the House, it's well known. You can never access a microphone without my permission. Yeah, I want that to be maintained. So, honorable colleagues, the debate starts now. Let's debate. Let's just have a debate. Then when we are going on to committee stage and on the debate, really. Honorable Akamba, let me start with you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the bill for which we want to debate the report, in its defect clause states, the sugar industry is regulated under the Sugar Act 2020, Act number 13 of 2020, which established the Sugar Board as the body responsible for implementing the Act. However, because of the government policy on rationalization, which restricts the establishment of statutory bodies, the Sugar Board has never been established by government. To address this challenge, the bill seeks to amend the Sugar Act 2020 to establish the Sugar Industry Stakeholder Council, which would comprise a representative of stakeholders in the sugar industry and be funded by a sugar levy charged on the millers. Right, Honorable Speaker. The basis for this bill is on the fact that there is rationalization of the bill. But, Right Honorable Speaker, our rules of procedure, Rule 80, bars this House from debating in anticipation. As far as I know, there is no law or bill regarding rationalization that has been tabled in this House. And therefore, shall we be proceeding where to debate on a bill whose basis is on rationalization, which has not yet been tabled to this House? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bahati, you wanted to say something before I can?
Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, the creation of the Stakeholders Council is one of the amendments that we have. The second amendment that we have is the correction of the formula, which is very, very, very important. The correction of the formula that will determine the price of sugar cane in this country. Because we made an error in the previous act, and we are correcting it. So it's important that we look at the bill in its entirety, not just one-sided. And after all, the reason, Mr. Speaker, the important reason that we are bringing this bill again is to ensure that the management and the governance of the sugar industry is in the hands of those who understand it better, which is the private sector.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Akamba raises a very critical point on anticipation. My only fear would be on government policies that don't require first come here. For example, if government decided to say, we have a plan of rationalization, and because of that plan, we are not going to be recruiting, we are not going to be appointing new bodies, and this is the policy. The speaker is speaking, please don't. So, and this is the policy of government. And you've had many agencies which are not moving, okay? And then the sector is being affected. You have a law that is being affected. So to me, when you go on those clauses, these are the arguments you can push, and you say, no, this one we don't change, or we change. But here, to me, I don't have anything to do with rationalization. I have not also received anything. I want to reject a government bill because of here rationalization and what until you bring it here. If the minister brought it as a justification for the bill, you can accept it or not, but you can't stop a bill. Okay? Please. Honorable Chiboga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I also concur with you, and I request that we don't give the reason for dropping the board and going to the council as being the plan of the government to rationalize. We have reasons why the board has not been operational. Probably we can bring those other reasons, but not the reason of the government's plan to rationalize. I think.
Thank you. Honorable Badgemusi. Colleagues, we are debating because what Honorable Akamba brought out is a good point during a debate. So we are already debating. We are no longer on procedure, we are debating.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Just to clarify, government is undertaking a policy of rationalization. That one is a given. However, there are bills which require to come to Parliament. That's a different issue. And for bills which have to be handled by Parliament, they will come. But from the government side, there is rationalization. Rationalization means administrative restructuring of government. But where Parliament has to be involved, we shall definitely come. So the two have to be understood in that context. It doesn't mean that because the bills haven't come here.
I ruled on the matter.
Yes.
So now you.
I am reinforcing your ruling.
Debate.
Right, Honorable.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted us not to be bogged down by this. We focus on the major issues. Just a debate. Say debate. Yes. So I'll pick Haj Idi. I'll pick Honorable Muzare. I'll pick Honorable Wadiomu. Honorable Manjeri. Honorable Teira. I had already picked Honorable Sanan. I pick Karamoja. And pick also Honorable Katari Roy and Jim. So colleagues, let's do very quick.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I submit, I want to appreciate you. When this report was tabled, you considered our plight as members of Parliament coming from the sugar growing area of Busoga, and you allowed us to go and celebrate the Tarehe Sita yesterday. Otherwise, you would have considered this debate yesterday. I want to appreciate you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee because when this Parliament sent this bill to them, they allowed many stakeholders and they interfaced with many, including members of Parliament from the sugar growing areas. Right Honorable Speaker, if you go to page 7 of this report, the committee brings out the observations very clearly, indicating the weakness of the council that the bill is proposing to replace the board. Right Honorable Speaker, we are aware that the board draws its funding from the consolidated fund. When you look at how the council is going to grapple with the funding, it wasn't very clear, though the committee observed well, but it did not come up with a proper recommendation and a proper amendment. Right Honorable Speaker, my view on this is that at a time when a board was created by an act of Parliament, there was need, and the functions of the board were very clear. I don't know what went wrong for government to suggest another amendment to drop the board and come up with a council. The policy of this bill is very clear, is to regulate, promote the sugar industry. But Honorable Speaker, this is very clear, and we do appreciate especially leaders that come from the sugar growing areas. If you look at specifically our region in Busoga, it has been ranked one of the poorest regions in the country. And this government has really made so many efforts to make sure that Busoga comes out of poverty. If you went to Busoga right now, the only crop that is giving people money, it is sugarcane. So when we sit here to talk about to regulate the promotion and how this industry is going to operate, we do appreciate. But again, a good law is that one that is universal. We know how the contribution that the sugar industry has to the national economy. If you look at the proposed amendments, you find out that the farmers really need protection, not necessarily squeezing the millers, because you cannot have millers without farmers, neither can you have farmers without millers. So come here.
Thank you. Yes, I had picked you, Honorable Martin Mazare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from the sugarcane growing region, and I will tell you the position of our farmers is that they are not happy with the bill. We are actually happy with the act because the bill seeks to amend quite a number of issues which actually takes away the advantages of the farmers. Right Honorable Speaker, in the act, the board has powers to license. In the new bill, we are giving the powers to the minister, which is very dangerous, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of licensing meters is very key. Right Honorable Speaker, that's where the gist of the matter is. If we just give this power to one individual, it is going to be very dangerous to our farmers, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at the composition of the council, it is government that is actually going to take the lion's share.
Now, Honorable colleagues, I'm loving the debate, but again, within the confines of the rules, I'm finding it difficult. Maybe because we are more or less like going on clauses, what I'm hearing. Maybe we go to committee stage and we handle clause by clause and we give it enough time so that each clause is given enough time because I'm seeing the general principles and we are not really looking at the general principles. Let me first hear from Honorable Taylor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill speaks to several millions of Ugandans who are in the sugar industry. And for us to be very objective, we need to look at both the plight of the farmers and the millers. And I'm glad all sides have been considered in the bill. By us raising these issues, we are looking at how the situation is with information from the ground. Right Honorable Speaker, until 2012, when Mayuge Sugar came in, the millers from early as 1920-something were determining the price of cane in the factories. When we opened up for other millers to come in, the price shot from 40,000 to a reasonable amount, which attracted so many people to come into the sector. Right Honorable Speaker, when many people came into the sector, the forces of demand and supply dropped the prices. And by 2019-2020, the sugar prices were very low. The farmers suffered. The plight of the miller was to buy cheaply and sell sugar at the prevailing market rate. Right Honorable Speaker, if we are intent on having an objective debate on the plight of sugar, we can come up with a middle position. I am afraid, Right Honorable Speaker, the sentiments are not balanced. And as the presiding officer, if you permit debate on this matter openly, we shall balance the sentiments.
Thank you. And this is where it helps Honorable Taylor. You see, if people are debating that way, but when you're going close, then you're telling me that we go to committee stage, I go clause by clause. Are you getting me? So debate on a bill, I want to repeat, Honorable colleague, debate on a bill is limited to the principles and objectives of the bill. You don't go to start going on clause. Then that's at committee stage. Now, at committee stage, I even allow an extensive debate. I don't just rush anything. If you've been here, we always allow you clause by clause, we debate it before we can pass it. Honorable Katuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I come from Soga, a sugar-growing area. The relationship between a farmer and a miller is symbiotic. That should be understood from the beginning. The process of production depends on the market. If you produce without a stable market, you'll be in trouble. So as we do debate, we need to take the interest of both the farmer and his market, the millers. If we stand here and say, my issue is about farmers, my issue is about millers, you miss the whole point. We want to legislate for the sector. And a thriving sector is beneficial to both the farmer and the millers. I'll give you an example, Right Honorable, before I resume my seat. For those who come from the fishing communities, at one time, the population of the fish in our lakes had dwindled. And when it dwindled, there was an advantage of the fishermen. Because the supply was low, the prices went up. But was it sustainable in the long run? No. Government came up with a policy. Obviously, there were a few other mistakes, especially when the army came in. But to make sure that you regulate the fishing industry, such that we have the population of the fish back to what it was. So sometimes the best of prices is temporary. I must repeat. Sometimes the best of prices, if you don't have a sustainable market, it is purely temporary. Because when the fish population went down, eventually there would be no fish. The factories must close. And the factories are actually the market. So as Honorable Tyre says, the sentiments, it's a little bit like that. Honorable Taylor. As he said, the sentiments should be balanced. We need to look at both production and the market. And when you are talking about market, you are talking about millers. At that
Conclude, Honorable, conclude.
At the appropriate time, I'll make my own feelings about the substance of the bill. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I don't want first to reduce this into a Busoga affair. Honorable Jawab from Bunyoro, you also grow sugarcane. I'm going to allow you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for that observation that sugarcane is not a Busoga issue. It is a Bunyoro and a national issue. Myself, I have a number of unanswered questions. We are seeking, or we are trying to amend the Sugar Act of 2020, which, as far as I know, was never operationalized. There were no regulations to operationalize it. We are seeking to replace the board, for example, with the council and so on, whatever reasons we are giving here. So I don't know what informs the ministry and government to cause an amendment of a law that has not been tested. What is the basis of this defect? That is something that has been puzzling me. And I think this year, or towards the end of next year, the end of last year, many of us got communication also from the president addressed the prime minister in regard to the sugar industry. And the president was mainly addressing the issue of zoning. So the law was never implemented. The president is writing a letter to the prime minister. At the same time, an amendment is coming. So I really suspect is there a good motive really for this amendment? This is something I've been asking myself. Because when you study the progress of events, as if there is some syndicate going on there. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleague, the executive are the arm that is implementing these laws. You can't impute syndicate on them to propose amendments. That's why here when you come, even if you have that in your mind, is the language we use here. Those are not words of syndicate, of what, those are not good words, okay? Honorable Joab, I think you can disagree, but in a more in a more respectful language. I don't know if you want comment on that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. I actually wanted to imply that maybe I was suspected something fishy, I smelt a rat and so on.
Honorable Badiomunsi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, like you have guided, the executive is responsible for implementing the laws which this parliament passes. And where we find a challenge and we require the support of parliament, we bring bills here in good faith. And in the open, the whole country is watching this debate. So there is it in order for an honorable member of parliament to impute bad motives on the side of government when the government has, in accordance with our rules, drafted an amendment bill and brought it here. He was given a copy. I'm sure he has read the bill. What wrong motive has he read in this bill? So can he withdraw his assertions and maybe your order they be expunged from the record of this House? Yes.
No.
Unless he substantiates. Yes.
Honorable Joab, I was trying to be, you see how I was communicating with you. You read the signs. I don't like ordering members. Okay? So, but I usually want you to read the signs. I think I can say I strongly disagree with the proposed amendments. Okay? Yeah. Or I can even say this is the wrong timing. Okay? But to say fishy, please, we are a parliament. We use the language. The language we. I don't want to exert my, Honorable Jawab, I don't want to exert my full authority on this matter. Please use the language that is acceptable in the House and withdraw the language that is not acceptable in this House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thought I had given my basis of fear, but for the sake of harmony and decorum, I would pray that I reserve my personal sentiments about the government. Otherwise, my fear was just...
No, the language you used is, I don't mind about your sentiments.
Yes.
Those are...
the language. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to withdraw the unpalatable vocabulary, but he say that I disagree with the motive. I remain suspicious because I don't understand. Yes.
That's okay. Yeah. Thank you. I had allowed Honorable, me pick Masindi. Yeah. Masindi. And then Chiza. And Nakut.
Thanks so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. As the Minister stated, there are two issues that we need to consider that are paramount in this bill. One is the price, and number two is the governing structure of the sugar industry. Much as there are other clauses that we're going to look at. Right Honorable Speaker, I've observed over time that we make laws here, but they are never accompanied by regulations and policy. And this has taken on for a long time. If, for example, you asked how many regulations have been placed here, for all the acts, all the bills that we have passed, you'll be surprised, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true that if we are to look at the Sugar Amendment Act, we have to look at two parties, the millers and the farmers. Masindi is one of the sugarcane growers, and we have a sugar factory, that is Kinyara Sugar Factory. And the issue that we are coupled with is the licensing of other millers. Recently, the farmers wanted to have their own factory, and the license was given but cancelled. So as we talk about millers, we need also to discuss about who is to license these millers. If it is going to be the minister, he or she will have the right to grant a license, cancel it. We need some guidance there. I think when we come there, so we need to handle the issue of millers and licensing. Because Masindi has that problem. We wanted our own factory. Because of the prices, the license was cancelled. We don't know why. And recently we had a meeting with the farmers, the sugarcane farmers in Kabango. And one issue that they wanted me to table here is why was this license cancelled. So do we have a number of millers that we are going to agree to be licensed, depending on the production, depending on the farmers? So there are many issues that we need to look at. So I propose that we go clause by clause. We look at each issue and agree on each clause, and come up with an act or an amendment act that we cater for both the farmers and the millers. I submit.
Honorable Chiza. Thank you, Right Honorable. I raised the matter here some time back in relation to the sugar industry, whereby we had a sugar board within the sugar law of 2020. The Minister of Trade in Industry, the Honorable Bahati, stood on the floor here and promised to have the sugar board put in place by 1st of July of 2022. Little did we know that the government was coming up with an amendment of this law. In 2011 and 12, when there was a spike in sugar prices, we need to remember very well where we come from. It will help us very well. Fast forward in 2018-19, there was a total collapse of the sugar industry here, whereby we had a lot of sugar cane and the millers couldn't absorb the cane. So now that we have a chance to make a law which should help us alleviate almost all these issues, we need to make sure that if the miller and the outgrower are like the left and right hand, when shaking that hand, one of the hands shouldn't prick the other, so that we have a better way of understanding and handling the sugar industry in this country. As we speak now, the Honorable Joab talked about the bill coming before us on the 5th of December. On the 22nd of the year, December, there was a letter from the head of state to the Prime Minister. The head of state saying there was scarcity of sugar in the country and atoning and pushing for zoning. It is very surprising. I've never seen an economy or a market where when there is scarcity of a commodity, the price falls. It's unbelievable. Right now, the price of sugar cane in the country is falling, And yet they say there is scarcity of sugarcane. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the price of sugar has dropped by 9%. It's surprising that the price of the raw material, which is sugar cane, has dropped by more than 24%. So this is a big problem that we need to address as a parliament today. I submit.
Can I have an MP from areas that don't grow sugar cane? Karamoja.
Right Honorable, in 2011, when there was a sugar crisis, the price of sugar in Kampala was 9 to 11,000. In Napak and Moroto, we were buying at 17 and 18,000. We paid the price for the country, those of us who don't grow the sugar. So that gives me the right to speak on this matter. The Ministry of Trade has had this act for all these years, and as members have rightfully noted, it has not been implemented in terms of a board. So if the Ministry of Trade thinks that changing the governance structure so that more powers is removed from them and given to the millers, to the farmers, in fact, I should be complaining why we are not giving even powers to ask the consumers, the final consumers who pay the price. It should please this House that the ministry or government wants to remove some of the control and give it back to us. Honorable colleagues, not everything should be opposed. We should understand the context. If the ministry cannot implement, and yet we want them to say, let the act remain as it is, what will we be doing to the country? I submit.
Honourable Minister, these fears of why didn't you implement, it's a bill you have not even tested, but now you want to amend. Huh? What is your say on it? Because that's a big issue which I see members are having a problem with. Hmm? I've never seen Honorable Wadioma annoyed like today. Yet we have not yet reached on the critical issues.
Mr. Speaker, he should not be annoyed. Let's have an input in the bill and make the law that will help facilitate the growth of the sugar industry. Two things I want to repeat, Mr. Speaker, is that in the bill, we made a mistake in the formula to determine the price of sugarcane for the farmers. That is very, very, very important, especially for those that are speaking for the farmers, that this has to be corrected. So we are correcting it. That's number one. Number two, in the implementation of the law, it became a bit difficult to put the board in place. First, we did not have the resources to put the board in place. Secondly, after consultation with the millers, the farmers, and other stakeholders, just a second back, and other stakeholders, it became apparent that actually, and also looking at the models in other countries, it became apparent that having a council, a stakeholders council, which actually has the powers to license, which has equal powers by the farmers and the millers, is a better model than having a board governed by government, because the powers to govern this sector goes back to those who understand the industry better.
But Honorable Serwanyi, you don't see clarification coming for a member?
Actually,
no, Honorable colleagues.
I was getting scared that maybe we need a sergeant at arms because he's approaching me.
Yes, Honorable colleagues, let me emphasize this, okay? This debate is extremely difficult to remain within the confines of the rules of debate if we don't move to committee stage. If we don't move to committee stage, where we shall start on these clauses. Honorable colleagues, I now put a question that the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Those in favor say unto the content. The ayes have it.
The Sugar Amendment Bill 2023, Bills Committee stage.
Thank you. Honorable colleague.
Clause 1.
Clause 1. I now put the question that clause 1. Clause 1.
Chair, clause 1, there is an issue that needs the attention of the mover. It seeks to amend section 2. But when you look at the text, you are talking about amending section 13 of. So I suggest that it is corrected from the bill. Otherwise, we shall make it erroneous. From the bill, it should read section 2 of the act, because if you go to section 13, it does not speak to this.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, he is saying that under clause 2, what you're seeking, clause 1, and what you're seeking to amend is in clause 2, not clause 13, as you referred in the bill. Maybe you can read for him properly, Honorable Jonas.
Under clause 1, it should read, the head note will be amendment of section 2 of the Sugar Act 2020. Under it should be section 2 of Act number 13 is amended, because the word board and the council that you seek to amend should come under interpretation clause, which is section 2.
Honorable.
Chair, I accept the correction of the member.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause. Yes, Honorable Kamba.
I beg to move that we first seek this particular amendment, because the principle of the bill is basically and majorly on the issue of substituting a body with the council. Now, if we begin with the definition clause, when we've not determined, it will be preempting the decision to be taken on the subsequent clause. So my request is we stay this and go to the substance of the bill. Thank you.
I totally agree with you. And I had communicated much earlier on how the clauses were arranged, because this would be more or less a consequential amendment, as Honorable Kamba has put it. So he's very right. Let's stand over this clause. But Honorable Wadiom put on a clause, a peg, because your face keeps scaring. And I want to allow you to speak when we reach on a clause we feel you want to speak. But for now, put on a peg, like Honorable Wadiom requested us during NAM. We'll be surviving like that. Okay? No, clause 1, we are standing over it. We are standing over it. Yeah.
Clause 2.
Clause 2. Yes, Honorable Chibadi on clause 2.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was just substantiating on clause 1 why we request to have a stand on it.
I have already ruled.
The interest, Chair, is as colleagues will be debating subsequently, we wanted to have them get the gist of the reasons as to why we wish to stand over it, so that by the time we debate forward, they have our reasons, because our concern is the roles of the council and the roles of the board.
Honorable colleague, I've already ruled on that. That's what I ruled. And the same should apply for clause 2. Okay, so all clauses which are to do with the council and the board. We stand over them until we handle the issue of whether we are going to have a board or a council. And then we go back. There was a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to debate, but I feel a bit constrained and constricted by the way that the House is being conducted. First, it was about language when the colleague used the word syndicate. The denotative meaning of that word does not point to a party having an ill intention with it. It simply means that a group of people are propagating, not conniving, propagating. Then read your dictionary. It really has nothing to impute negativity on the other party. Then secondly, when you put a question, clearly there were ample voices here which said nay. Okay, the speaker will rule. The speaker will rule. Kindly let me speak. I felt a bit bulldozed, and a debate as an umpire, my view would be that justice shouldn't only be done, but it should be viewed to be done. That we should feel that government is not having leverage that we do not have. That it should be a balanced flow where we feel that we are all weighing at par. So, Right Honourable Speaker, my fear is that if we continue this way, there will be sentiments and feelings and gloomy faces like the brother has just manifested. So, are we proceeding right? I seek your indulgence, Right Honourable.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, and I want to put this very directly, okay? I don't have any single interest on where this goes. And I would like to request you that when someone, that you don't start judging us, people who are not from sugarcane growing areas. Otherwise, if it was that way, this parliament wouldn't have gotten the quorum to make a law which you wanted. You know? So it is really, really bad for a national parliament to start now looking at us, people from other areas, okay, in a certain way. No, please, please. Honorable Zijan, please, please, please. No, please. Okay? Please. I have my duty as a presiding officer. And I know when I'm seated here, I listen to all sides. So if in your mind you felt like Honorable, for example, the noise Honorable Wadiomu made, but his noise remains one vote. I look around, his voice, I'm meaning his. I'm not meaning that when you shout much, okay, then you as carries 10 people, then when Honorable Nakut says I, then has carries only one. I'm just giving an example. So please, please, anyone who is dissatisfied with the decision of the speaker, okay, with the ruling of the speaker, Rule 87 of our rules of procedure provides for that. But for me, I think what we are doing here, we are doing well. You have requested a very important issue, which Honorable Kamba has helped us on. It's very important we first sort out the issue of the board and the council before we can go ahead. That's number one. Number two, honorable colleagues, if you don't want the road to pass, and you're saying because you're okay with the old law, that's also okay because the old law cannot be implemented with the wrong formula. So if you want a law which is going to benefit your people, at least even if you reject the rest, we correct the formula so that it can be implemented. Otherwise, the minister will never implement anything. It will just remain on the shelves. People saying we have a law for sugarcanes, we pass for you a law which cannot be utilized. So let's move steady, honorable colleagues. Now we go to, I have guided that, please. I have guided that we go to the clause that determines the issue of the committee, of the council, or the board. Honorable Manjeri procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, in accordance to Rule 134.4, I gave a notice to your office, and I was proposing some amendments. But I'm wondering, we are going to every step of the clause, but I'm not even given an opportunity to propose an amendment to this bill. Are we proceeding well when I'm being closed out? Yet I'm a full shadow minister of trade and industry. Who is supposed to give guidance to this house?
My dear sister, the alternative minister, your proposed amendments, the rules don't require that you just send a notice to the office of the speaker. The first thing was for you to comply with Rule 129, Sub-Rule 3, which says, except in cases of very minor amendments and subject to Rule 132, all proposed amendments a bill referred to a committee shall be presented to the committee by the person proposing the amendment, and the committee shall scrutinize it together with the bill. Now, I told you, when you coming in the amendments we handle under Rule 134.4, amendments like the one Honorable Jonathan has brought, they don't affect the fundamental structure of the bill. All other amendments of that nature should have been presented to the committee, because you as a member, leave alone shadow minister, a member, you had an obligation. Every member, whether you're a shadow minister, whether you're a backbencher, you should have interest in every bill. Okay? Please. In the case of Marema Birizi versus Uganda Road Society, it was made very clearly that you cannot have such amendments without sending them to the committee. Number one, the committee would need first consult the public, consult the mover about the bill. So on the floor of Parliament, we only handle minor amendments, not amendments that affect the structure of the bill. Honorable Bwanika?
Right Honorable Speaker, the mandate and the function of regulation is a function of government. It can never be a function of a private entity. And this is a principle that we need to agree on as we consider this bill. I'm refrained for us to move forward before we agree on that principle. This bill seeks to take away the mandate of regulation from a board to a council which is private. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that you guide the House as far as this principle is concerned before we move into the integrity of the bill.
Honorable colleague, that's clause 3, and that's the one we are going for. Okay? So let's call the clause and we debate that clause. And you decide on it. Simple. That's what I was saying all along. Clerk?
Clause 3.
Chair?
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that we stay the amendments on clause 3 because the committee was proposing to make the council a body corporate. Because you had guided that everything to do with the council, we stay it till a later stage.
No, Honorable colleague, I'm just reading through the bill. The bill on clause 3 says establishment of Uganda Sugar Industry Stakeholder Council. That is established the Uganda Sugar Industry Stakeholder Council. Okay? So this is the clause I think we are on.
Okay. Clause 3 is amended by A, numbering the proposed section 3 as subclause 1 and B.
Colleagues, let's handle clause 3 the way it is in the bill. Okay? Then you allow the chair to first present it, because he has not yet. He has not yet. But the chair, I think they had wanted, the committee had wanted the proposal of government to be the way it is, of establishing the council, isn't it? Okay? So that's what I'm talking about. That, honorable colleagues, you better now debate that as it is in the bill. Don't go to the report, get a bill. Yes. Yes, please.
Chair, the issue I wanted to raise, I don't know whether it's deliberate or it's an omission. The committee did not report on clause 3. Therefore, the chair will not have locus to propose an amendment on a clause that he did not report to. So there is no report on clause 3. Unless it is a mistake, then I stand to be guided. Are we proceeding, therefore, well for the chair to propose an amendment to a clause that he did not report to?
But that's why I have guided him. You see, honorable colleague, the problem, I think you're not listening to me. I have told you, when the chair came up, I guided him that, chair, you never proposed an amendment on the clause of establishing a council. Okay? And I put it to you for debate. Do you want a council or you want to retain what was in the old bill? Yeah. Very simple. Yeah. Now, I also want to guide you. On any matter where they are not proposing an amendment, the committee does not report. But you, as honorable members, when I call a question that stands as part of the bill, you can debate and you propose. Yeah. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair, for your guidance. Probably that also informs people's opinion. Why would the chair amend his own report on the floor of Parliament? But having said that, Chair, the Honorable Minister, the reason he gives for doing away with the board is a very flimsy reason, if I must say. You cannot say we don't want a board because government does not have money for it. To say government does not have money for it, it is to say we don't regard it important. And that means you are setting it from important areas to less important. And sugar is a very important thing in this country. There was a time where we almost had a problem because of sugar prices, the whole country. So we cannot say that sugar production is not important. The very reason that this board was put in the principal law tells how important the ministry regarded sugar production at the time. Right, Honorable Chair, you have listened to the sentiments of the colleagues here. I want to propose that we sustain that clause the way it is, without the section the way it is, without amending it. I propose.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a very simple clarification. How I guided chair and what is in the report. The committee is agreeing with the proposal of government of having a council. But the committee in the report is saying, don't just have it flat, make it a body corporate. Okay? So they are amending, agreeing with the council, but saying strengthen it. When you read the bill just says council, establishment of the council. But the committee in their report, they are saying the council shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession and a common seal with power to sue and be sued in its corporate name. So that's the amendment on the committee, or from the committee on the clause. But before we go to that, let's finish the principle of whether we need a board or a council. And then once you choose that, whatever you choose, if you choose a council, you go to issues of body corporate. If you don't choose it, you go to other issues of retaining it the way it is in the bill.
Chair, I didn't know whether I miscommunicated.
No, you're okay. Yes. You're okay.
My submission was that we don't amend that. We leave the board to stay as it is in the principal law. That was my submission.
No, I don't have a problem with your submission, Honorable Aisha. I was giving further clarification to what Honorable Kamba I had said. Yes, Honorable Kamba.
The only chair I was expecting the chair to rule on my concern, because my concern was, does the chair who did not report on that clause have the rocus to move an amendment? That was my question.
Okay.
For which I beg a ruling.
Yes, he has, in our rules. How? Please, listen to me. He has. He's not doing it on the floor, it's in the report. The committee agreed with the proposal of a council as provided for under clause 3. But they said, strengthen it by making it a body corporate. That's the amendment they are adding. So the committee is not subtracting, it is adding. So it can report on its, it can report on the clause. That's a review they've done, and that's the amendment they proposed. Yeah, Honorable Adiomu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on that clause of whether replacing the board vis-a-vis the council, Honorable Chair, my view is that since I remember very well, as we were passing this act, Chair, you were one of the backbenchers, and really you supported the board. You supported the board. We were together. Now the board that you supported, before even it came into being, now again they are bringing amendment. Chair, I wonder whether even the council that they are proposing, we may pass it and then they will not implement it. But no, wait.
Please, honorable colleagues, let's give Honorable Adiomu chance. And
yes, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Adiomu, I would be glad if you share the merits and the demerits of having either board or council.
Chair, that's the way I was coming. Yeah. Chair, you see, with the board will be independent vis-a-vis the council. Why am I saying that the council will not be independent? Because in the clauses to follow, they are proposing that it will be the millers to facilitate the council. Meaning that if you subject the council to be paid by the millers, then you are sending them towards the millers. They will be subject to the millers. Two, Right Honorable Chair, if you look at the board, if the argument of the government is saying that they don't have money, and as per now, we have like 150 agencies. Out of the 150 agencies, I think we have only a few agencies which contributes towards the government fund. Three, Honorable Chair, the council is also an unlimited company, a limited company. People are just going to make money. Therefore, since the sugar sector or the sugar industry contributes a lot, the sugar industry contributes a lot towards the government funds, then government should look for money to facilitate the board. Therefore, on that clause, Chair, I stand by saying that we should retain the board other than having the council.
Yes. Honorable Katari Roy.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleague that we retain the board and not the council. Reason being, Chair, that the board should be funded, by the way, from the consolidated fund. Government has not helped the sugarcane outgrowers. They have struggled to be where they are, and this is the time for government to come up and fund this board. Right Honourable Speaker, when it comes to the council, it's going to be funded by the millers. That means the outgrowers will be under the mercy of the millers. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Give information and then I allow Honourable Sanon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, there shouldn't be cause for worry. Actually, we should be concerned that we have had a law for 2 years, and you asked government to implement, and we have not implemented. We have told you that we have some concerns. We have come with some solutions, and therefore it's important to listen to these solutions. Now, what is the difference? Just a second. What is the difference? I want to make clarification properly. What is the difference between a board and a council? What is the difference, Mr. Chair?
Honourable colleagues, let me assure you, we have enough time here.
Yes.
We shall, just let us listen to each other, then each one of us is going to speak. Whether it means even coming back tomorrow, okay? We have enough time. There is nothing we are trying to do. Such a rush.
So what is the difference between the council and the board? No, but can I first make a point?
Thank you, right.
Oh no, Minister, continue.
Please, let's listen to each other and solve this issue. Listen, the difference between the council and the board is this.
Please, Honourable Zijan, we need order in the House.
There are 3 ways of regulating these corporates. There are 3 ways. 1, government can be a single regulator. The second one, the private sector can regulate itself. The third is the middle ground, where you have the private sector together with government. Now, the council, in this case, the board which we had proposed was being regulated purely by government. In this case of the council, we are having the millers, we are having the farmers. The council is making recommendations to the minister. The minister is appointing the chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Minister. Honourable colleagues, listen to me. I request you to take your seats. I request you to... I have 2 questions I'm grappling with, for which we shall need a very clear clarification, so that me, as a referee, am able to do my work effectively, without falling victim or without, some people misunderstanding me. Or the 2 major questions are: number 1, does government have a power to create a private entity and give it financial obligations which it must meet? Okay? No, I'm just asking. That's number 1. Number 2, government has brought a law, and in the law, it is saying it does not have money. Therefore, they cannot have a board because they will not be able to finance it. And with that, it means if we are to retain the board, we shall have amended the clause of government, and we shall be saying government go and charge on the consolidated fund. Wouldn't, listen. You see, each bill is handled independently. This is the new bill. It's a bill that must be handled independently. So, would that constitute violation of Article 93 of the Constitution? You see, I've said I have questions. Okay? And those questions, I don't want answers from any of you first. No. Those questions, I need answers from the Attorney General. I need guidance, me as a referee. And when the referee says he needs guidance, okay? Because I'm asking myself, where does government get the power to create a private entity? And then you say, you private entity, you will pick from your pockets and fund. So, with those two questions, we are going to stand over the bill until I get a clarification from the Attorney General. We shall resume on it next week.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that.
Honourable Minister.
I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Honourable colleagues, I now put the question that the House do resume. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Report from the Committee of the whole House.
Honourable Minister, I don't know which report you have.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered and debated extensively the bill entitled the sugar. What's happening?
Please, Honourable, let us not, Honourable colleagues, let's be orderly, okay? I'm the one who puts a question. Yes. So I know on the issues on which I put a question. Honourable Minister?
I know sugar is sweet, and the debate on sugar is also sweet. But, Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered a bill entitled the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023 and stood over it, deferred it here.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
There is no report to adopt. So, just let's go to the next item. Honourable Katutu. Anyway, I now put the question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted. And to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. I've just, Honourable colleagues, I've just remembered when we were in secondary, a certain colleague reached in an examination paper, and he just wrote his name and he submitted without answering any question. So I was told he was also marked, and he was given marks. And unfortunately, 0 is not a mark. 0 is marks. Then 1 is a mark. So So, since we've stood over it, yeah, let's have it on record that the report of the committee shows that indeed we got a report and stood over it. I will need the Attorney General, Honorable Minister, please extract the issues I've raised for the Attorney General so that he comes back, he responds to those issues, and then we can resume when those issues are very clear for me to have clarity on how we are moving with the bill. Honorable Katuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I do suggest that actually the Attorney General should come to this House other than writing a memo to the Speaker.
Sure.
And explain those very issues on the floor.
Sure, I want him to come here. It's a note, okay? He will write, submit to me, and then comes and, because members will have questions for him. I will need him to clarify issues of government. Your member is itching very much, so sort yourselves rope and your member.
He has some very valuable information. Mine is a very slight technical issue.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it would not be good to provide a bit of timelines so that we don't remain in abeyance for a very long time. You see, this sugar issue is very critical. People are saying 2 years, I don't know what. So I think it would be important so that we deal with this issue critically soon enough. But my colleague had a very vital information right now.
You know, Honorable Senyonyi, what you're talking about is indeed very true. We have to sort out this bill. My fear is it's a redundant law because of the issues to do with the formula. At least of all issues, that is where we agree on the issues of the formula. Okay? So we have to move and we manage this bill. So, Honourable Minister, I think Tuesday or Wednesday, you think the Attorney General would be able to be around?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, as you have said, it's very important that to resolve this matter because the issue of the formula is key, especially for the farmers and the millers. So it's very important. So Tuesday, government will be ready. Tuesday, we are ready.
Okay. So, Honorable colleagues, do you think we should start with the Attorney General clarifying the bills, the issues are on as a substantive item or during committee stage? What do you think? You know, we have the chairman of the Rules Committee. I always refer to him when we have such a scenarios. Honorable Katuntu, do you think we wait, we bring it as a substantive item on its own, or we go to committee stage and then we call Attorney General to substantiate?
Right Honourable Speaker, this matter has been adjourned at the committee level. So we have to go back to the committee level and we sort that problem out. You can't sort it out at the plenary level.
Additional, Honourable Dur?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honourable Katuntu. But this underscores the importance of the Attorney General, presence of the Attorney General in this House when we are making laws. Had he or she been here, we are going to invite the Attorney General to clarify and proceed. So the government chief whip and whoever is acting should be able to whip the Attorney General to be here so that we process and help Bahati to have his bill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The Attorney General, you know, he represents us here and abroad. So the Attorney General, I've been in touch with him. Please. Attorney General, what has happened to you? You don't even listen to your speaker. We are hyper because of the sweetness of the sugar. So I was giving you a report. You no longer even, you know. So, honorable colleagues, the Attorney General, it's for the record. I want to put it on record. I've been in touch with him. He's been helpful to the committee with regard to this. I think these are questions which didn't come to him directly, but I know he's returning tomorrow. So after he has returned, I will also have a conversation with him, but I want us to communicate to him. And then the deputy was supposed to be here with us, and then they called him for a very critical obligation in State House. So that's why he couldn't make it here. Yeah, but Honorable Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Relatedly to matters to be concerned regarding the bill, because we were impressed that there are two issues that could not be functionalized in the previous law, one being that is going to be handled by the Attorney General, but the other being the formula, that the previous formula could not work. I'm worried to say that the current formula doesn't even look at the cost of production, and consequently, the report did not indicate that it was tested. I wish when we come back that formula gets tested, because the cost of production of 1 ton of sugarcane is 195,000. But when you subject the selling price right now, it is 146, meaning that the formula we are about to bring is going to condemn farmers to a loss of 50,000 per ton of sugarcane. So let's test the formula before we come here to debate next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, honorable colleagues, I told you sometimes I allow you to speak for the sake of peace. So now I'll have peace with Honorable Batua, okay, on this. Yes, Honorable Gore.
Right, Honorable Speaker, relatedly, as the Attorney General is coming, we have like 3 bills that have a similar scenario. In 2008 and 2009, we passed the BTVET Act, and there was an industrial training levy. We passed the Tourism Act, and there was tourism development levy. And we passed the local service tax, and there was a hotel tax levy and the others. These have not been implemented because of a similar scenario of forming a certain body, then the stakeholders refuse. My principal position, Right Honorable Speaker, is that when this matter goes, the Attorney General should wholesomely look at all these bills where we have put body corporates that are not operational. It will help going forward. I thank you.
Thank you. We've noted that. Honorable Kamba.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I would like to propose that before the Attorney General come here, we get the copies uploaded of his answer to your question, so that we are not ambushed.
Thank you. Yeah. You people, you're the ones who are even looking suspicious because of how you're behaving. Eh? You started to look suspicious. Because honorable colleagues, you know here, it's a principle that you cannot read here statement on the floor when it's not uploaded and shared with members. Now I'm regretting why I ruled Joab out of order. Otherwise, I'm seeing some syndicate. If I'm to borrow the words, he withdraw. Next item.
Item number 4 in the order paper, laying of action taken reports pursuant to Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure. 1, on the petition of unsatisfactory and unfair service delivery by various telecommunication service providers in Uganda.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. I beg to lay on the table an action taken report from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance in response to the petition which was brought this House and considered by the Committee on ICT and National Guidance. And the petition was about the unsatisfactory and unfair service delivered by various telecommunication service providers in Uganda. So this is the action taken report prepared by my ministry. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. It's referred to the Committee for ICT. They will review and see if there are any gaps. When they are processing ministerial policy statements, they will have to make the minister answer to those questions.
Item 4.2, action taken report on the status of implementation of the various laws intended to protect the rights of both the boy and girl child, indicating the challenges and plans.
Honourable Minister for Gender. As the Honourable Minister is coming, colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a group of tea farmers from Mwenje district. They are represented in Parliament by the Honourable Mwijuche Francis, Honourable Koyechenga Olive, and Honourable Biralo Ephraim. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I hereby lay the action taken report on the status of implementation of the various laws intended to protect the rights of both the boy and girl child, indicating the challenges and plans. I beg to table.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Report referred to the Committee on Gender for the same consideration like I guided on Committee of ICT.
Item 4.3, laying of action taken report on harmonization and enhancement of remuneration of public officers.
Honourable Minister for Public Service.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay on the floor the action taken report on the harmonization and enhancement of remuneration of public officers, the action points taken report. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The report is referred to the Committee on Public Service and Local Government for consideration, as I guided earlier.
Item number 5 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the petition on deprivation of fundamental rights and freedoms on natural resources and blockage of access routes to public water dams by the National Forestry Authority and its agents in Nakasongola District.
Honourable Chair, Committee for Natural Resources. Chair, Vice, he didn't assign a member. Oh, Vice is here. Honourable, we have a
Right Honourable Speaker, sorry, I was waiting for my chairperson who was going to be here to read the report on the access routes public water dams by National Forestry Authority and its agents in Nakasongola District. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll just spend a little time on the introduction and then I'll go into the conclusion. The Committee on Environment and Natural Resources received a petition from the Right Honourable Speaker presented to her by the Honourable Noah Mutebi Wanzala, a Member of Parliament for Nakasongola District, on behalf of the petitioners, a cattle-keeping community within the district. The committee considered the petition in accordance with Rule 30, Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, and herein presents the findings, observations, and recommendations. Right Honourable Speaker, the petitioners, a cattle keeping community within Nakasongola district, were aggrieved by the activities of the National Forest Authority and its agents within and around Kasanga Forest Reserve, including the replacing of indigenous with exotic trees, species, and the closure of access routes to the 9 public valley dams of Chayonchwa, Katalawendo, Chiraka, Wampiti, Wakasambya, Bamusula, Mitanzi, Wakanzi, and Chinoni, meant to provide permanent water sources for the petitioners' cattle, especially during the prolonged dry spells experienced by the drought-prone Nakasongola district. The petitioners had engaged a number of key stakeholders such as local government leaders, district councils, the National Forest Authority without success. Right Honourable Speaker, the prayers in the petition, the petitioners made the following prayers: unconditional grant of rights of usage and the easement of wetlands in terms of water catchments by neighbors whose settlements and residences are situated on the highlands bordering the natural wetland resources of NFA. The unconditional unblocking of some of the access routes to public water dams which were excavated on the forest reserve land or public land by the government of Uganda or donors. The prohibition of bush clearing taking place. The bush clearing taking place on the remaining intact natural resource in favor of the artificial planted forest. The prohibition of large or small commercial eucalyptus trees species in the semi-arid cattle corridor district of Nakasongola, the prohibition of bush clearing in the wetlands fragile ecosystem and the planting therein of artificial eucalyptus forests, which offends the principles of existence of nature and the right to do a decent environment. Payment of adequate compensation or restoration for the loss of public dams and resources which are no longer are recoverable, and a declaration that the wetlands are only water catchment resources for the survival of the main animals. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee adopted the following methodology, held meetings with petitioners, undertook physical visits, reviewed some documents, and desk review of the triangulation of data from various documentation relevant to the assignment. The relevant regime, Mr. Speaker, in regards to assessment, the legal regime considered the Constitution of Uganda, the National Forestry and Planting Act, the National Environment Management Act, the Forest Management Plan, the Land Act, the Local Government Act. Mr. Speaker, the demographics of Nakasongola. Nakasongola district is located in central Uganda. It was created in 1997, prior to which it was part of Luwero district. The district borders the district of Apak to the north, Masindi in the west, Luwero in the south, and Kayunga in the east. The district is composed of 3 counties, namely Chabuyinjo County, Buruli County, and Buyebo County. Nakasongola has a total population of 181,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can skip through to the observations. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed the findings and recommendations. The committee observed that the petitioners expressed dismay at the limited access to valley dams due to the fact that existing routes were either blocked due to the restrictions by NFA or were too narrow to contain large herds of cattle. This was evidenced by abandoned watering troughs in Bamusuta Valley Dam. However, Mikanzi Valley Dam, the committee observed that the animals had been drinking from the available troughs and were drinking from there at the time of the visit to the district, contrary to the petitioner's claim. The committee observed that the existing routes availed by NFA were supposed to be jointly used by both animals and humans, thereby making the routes highly susceptible to traffic congestion. The available routes are in the close proximity to residential areas, hence making the people property prone to destruction by animals. There is need for NFA to avail alternative routes for the farmers to use the access valley dams, and the committee also emphasized that the routes by NFA should be along the external boundary forest reserve and not through the forest in order to limit movement. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the National Forest Authority fulfills its commitment to establish 6 metric wide routes along the external boundaries of the Central Forest Reserve to facilitate movements of animals to existing water points within the 6 months from the time of the committee visit. The committee recommends that the alternative routes by Bamsuta Dam should be opened up within 2 weeks from the time of the committee's visit. The committee recommends that the demarcation of the boundaries should be done in presence of the district surveyors, NFA surveyors, and the farmers with the aim of GPS meters and GIS equipment to promote transparency. Mr. Speaker, the committee also recommends that the chairperson LC5 spearheads the establishment of the proposed routes on behalf of the petitioners together with NFA and the district local government team to proper accountability. Mr. Speaker, the committee also recommends that the funds should be appropriated by NFA by the government to facilitate construction of proper routes with the aid of equipment such as the wheel loaders along the proposed 6 meters routes. Mr. Speaker, sir, further committee recommendations. The committee recommends a sustainable mechanism should be put in place jointly by government responsible security agencies and communities to safeguard government projects, assets, and apprehend and prosecute the culprits. The respective agencies, Ministry of Water and Environment and Ministry of Agriculture, jointly advise mechanisms of restoring, replacing the vandalized solar panels to the valley dams in Nakasongola to facilitate pumping of water to the watering troughs. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order for the arrest and the eviction of the local people, the committee recommends that the NFA compensates persons with lawful and provable claims over the land which was declared a forest reserve. Number 2, NFA and its agents opt for amicable resolution of trespass disputes over NFA land and resort to arrest and prosecution as a last resort to ensure peaceful coexistence between the local government and the forest reserve. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to distilling of existing dams, the desilting of existing dams, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the respective ministry, Water and Environment, and MAIF, Ministry of Agriculture, desilt the dams in Kasanga, Wakasambia, Katalende, in order to improve the access of water for the dams. In terms of encroachment of existing dams by private developers, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends another dam should be established by a responsible entity, that's the Ministry of Water and Environment and Ministry of Agriculture, in Malengera to ease access by farmers instead of restoring Wakazizi Dam, since it is far away from their villages, over 25 kilometers from the users. NFA should be committed to availing land where this dam will be established. Nakasongola District Land Board intervenes, the committee recommends that Nakasongola District Land Board intervenes to ensure lease conditions that allow establishment of routes along the forest reserve to aid access to the available water sources by the farmers. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that public dams and boreholes in Chankonywa that were fenced off by the private developer be opened up to allow access by the farmers. The general recommendations, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the terms of any lease to a private developer should be subject to the right for public access to the dams and any other public amenities on the lease property. Mr. Speaker, sir, in terms on the issue of assault by enforcement officers, the committee recommends that the process of demarcation of the 6-mile routes along the forest reserves be expedited to facilitate movement of animals to the various water points. Farmers should refrain from trespass, especially on private property, as this is against the law, and defaulters should be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, in the issue of degradation of existing swamps and wetlands, the committee recommends that a private consultant be engaged by Ministry of Water and Environment and Ministry of Agriculture and NFA to ascertain the impact of eucalyptus growing on the existing water table in Nakasongola, given that it is a dry corridor in addition to the encroachment claims of the existing water resources. Replacing natural with artificial trees species, commercial trees planting. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that Ministry of Water and Environment carries out an impact assessment of planting of artificial tree species instead of indigenous species on the environment and people's livelihood in Nakasongola district. NFA should establish mechanisms, programs of transferring knowledge and technologies in line with the farming to the communities in Nakasongola district for harmonious coexistence. Mr. Speaker, the need for degazetting forests, the committee recommends that the government should look at for alternative settlement and grazing areas for the cattle community as opposed to degazettement of forest reserves, as this shall in the long run pose negative effects on the environment and the climate to the detriment of the present and future generations. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee observes Nakasongola district is in the cattle corridor and has predominantly cattle keeping community which faces challenges of access to water for their sustainability and their animals due to extreme dry spells the district experiences. Notwithstanding, NFA is enforcing its mandate of maintaining and restoring forest reserves within the district, which is creating conflict over access routes to the government sunk dams near and within the forest reserves, culminating into conflict between the pastoralists, community and the forest authority. The committee therefore recommends that NFA ensures coexistence of the forest reserve with the local communities by working with the communities. This will be done, among others, mapping off the forest reserve 6 meters, access routes, en route, each dam to enable the local pastoralist communities access the water dam to water their animals, amicably resolving any trespass cases that arise rather than resorting to arrest and confiscation. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Nabeta. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The debate starts now, but I'll first allow Honorable Wanzara. Yes, Honorable. Procedure, we have a procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, our Committee of Natural Resources has got a membership of 35 members. And I see only 7 committee members signed on the report. Our rule provides a third. Thank you. Are we proceeding right?
Chair, you wanted to say something?
It's an old report, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it was even before I became deputy of the chair of the committee. So,
I thought you wanted to give an explanation, but I just wanted to know, because you know, honorable colleagues, when we were stuck during COVID and all that, we had a situation where we suspended that rule, and this is an old report because members couldn't be gotten, and we had very critical things to do, so we sat as a parliament and suspended that rule. Since this is a report that is handling a petition, honorable colleagues, let's process it, okay? And, yes, honorable.
Mr. Speaker, as we proceed to process the report, can we get assurance, and would it be procedure right? The committee chair informs us that at an appropriate time, it will lay all the documents so that for further reference, they are fully part of parliamentary proceedings for us who will need to really follow up everything the way it was processed in the committee.
Sure. No, that one I'll ensure it is done, okay? I know 204 requires a third, but let's address these issues. We get it out of the way, rather than going back to process the report afresh. But I understand your concern was a valid concern. Yeah, thank you. Yes, let me first allow the lead petitioner, Honorable Noah Wanzara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you as a leader of this House for assigning the Committee of Natural Resources to go to Nakasongola and, of course, ascertain the problems of our people who are living near the forest reserve. Right Honourable Speaker, this committee was led by Dr. Tala, the chairperson of the committee or the vice chairperson of the committee by then, and we traversed the entire forest with him and the entire committee. Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with the report, but I want to make a few comments. Right Honourable Speaker, NFA fenced off one of the valley dams, which were also very useful to the communities of Marengera village. These people now, they cannot really water their cows. They are starving, they are suffering, and in the recommendations of the committee, they recommended that Ministry of Water go to that place and of course excavate another valley tank or another valley dam. But there was also an issue of the community to provide land. I want to rest assure the House that the community is much ready to offer land where the Ministry of Agriculture can excavate that valley dam. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, about the access to other valley dams. Some other valley dams were fenced off and there was no access. We discussed with NFA officials who were there by then that they open up. Some areas they accepted, but some areas they have still denied the communities to access. They have, of course, told this Parliament about the low water table in Nakasongola. Right Honourable Speaker, Nakasongola district is a cattle corridor district, and of course the water table is very low. You are much aware, but there is a project which is taking place. The Minister of Water is handling the bulk water transfer project, which started some time back, but it's being handled on a slow speed. If the bulk water transfer can be speeded up, and those other areas can access water, and of course we do away with the forest reserves. I want to say that many of our people have been arrested, other people have been taken to Rizira. I want to appeal to government that NFA go slow with the community members. These are Ugandans. The forests are for Uganda. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, people who are being arrested are Ugandans. The forests are for Uganda. The forests are for Uganda. Why doesn't NFA go slow on Ugandans? Because they are human beings. I want to entirely agree with the report, but of course, these issues must be considered. I want to submit.
Thank you. Honourable colleague, it must go on record that as Parliament, we must support government institutions that are implementing the laws we passed. We can't be a Parliament pass a law, and then the agency that is supposed to implement, we say go slow on implementing a law. Then we'd rather amend that law. Okay? Yeah. So I'm going to pick Honourable Tinkasimire, Honourable Ababiku. I have the Honourable colleague in the corner, Honourable Sechanzi, Honourable Gilbert, Okeyo, Santa, and Christy, and Honourable Kasoro, Honourable Soro, Honourable Soro Yemba seems to have a forest, and Honourable Soro. I'm going to pick you, Honourable colleagues, we have time.
I really want to thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak after your ruling. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable members, I want to support the position of the committee. And you can see the provisions they have put are like win-win. Have the Minister of Agriculture replace these valley dams outside the forest. And for me, that is a better deal for the people of Nakasongola. Nakasongola looks to be a vulnerable place because it is flat. And flat places, when you clear the forests, sometimes the conditions, climatic conditions, change to the detrimental, to the detriment of the ordinary person inhabiting such a place. When you go through, like when it is really this dry season, and happen to just step out of your car, you really feel the heat. So if we feel the heat, and say we go slow on protecting the forests, then we are not being just to Ugandans and Uganda as a country, particularly the one we are looking at tomorrow. We should be encouraging many Ugandans to plant many more forests. And instead of cutting them, I will use this opportunity to appeal to the people in Nakasongola, whom my honorable colleague, Yona, cannot tell, that you should have left the forest yesterday. Because a natural forest, I went to Budongo, Bugoma. There is this, Hoima Sugar has cleared hectares and hectares of natural forest. I walked through, I found a tree which no equipment can actually dare to cut into timber, maybe logs, and even if this, because the timber, if they brought the log itself and carried a truck, just would not have where to sit if they placed it inside here. That particular tree, I think in the estimation of the many years it has lived, it could have lived like 6. If we are going to cut trees, natural forests that have spent 600 years, are we being just to this country? We are not. And I will pray that we implement the recommendations of the committee to the letter. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tinka. Yes, Honorable Babiku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I support the committee report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, yesterday I presented a report on what is going in Karamoja sub-region, the reoccurrence of famine. And one of the factors attributed to this is the effects of the climate change. Right Honorable Speaker, if we don't support protection of our reserves, let's be ready to expect worst scenarios. There is increased heating of the earth. And I even recommend that we stop the attempts of cutting the natural trees. Right Honorable Speaker, the replacement of these trees are doing a lot of disasters. Why? They are short-lived. And those who plant them keep cutting them. To Right Honorable Speaker, we need special intervention than what the minister brought on the floor talking about increased planting trees. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to do enforcement. Even at our district local governments, people are licensed without clear conditions. Those who opt to cut their wood lots must be ensured to plant trees to replace what they have harvested. Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, I feel there is poor coordination among the ministries in relation to this report. Why should we put reservoirs, sources of water, near a forest reserve? It is tempting. It is tempting. And yet we fight against encroachment. We are advocating for opening more access roads within the reserve what will it lead to a desperate community? So I propose that we need to review on how best to place these other sources of water, these other infrastructures like roads, if we want to protect our forest reserves. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Zawede Victorious, Woman MP, Nakasongola District. I want to thank the committee for the detailed report. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me make some corrections about the committee. I clearly listened when the chairperson was presenting that Nakasongola District has got 3 constituencies. But instead, Nakasongola has got 2 constituencies, that is Budiebo and the Nakasongola constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, I may disagree with my colleagues as I also give them some information. The forest reserve we are talking about has been occupied by people. There are very many people who are living along this land. It's no longer a forest. And the information I also want to inform the August House that we no longer have some natural trees. Instead, they have planted artificial trees. And remember, these are areas which have been occupied by the local people. Just like Nakasongola is, it's found in the cattle corridor. It experiences a lot of dry seasons. We have 2 seasons of dry, or we have 2 seasons of sunshine. That is in April to May, and from October to March. Right Honorable Speaker, these very dams were only constructed in some swampy areas, which are only serving the available communities. And now if we really close up these very dams, all the water sources that were put into the forest, and these are government dams, excavated by government, and a lot of money has been injected into these projects. The question comes, what will the available community be utilizing? Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk about Nakasongola District, this is a remote area which is found in Central. Very many people know that Central region is an urban area, but Nakasongola is a remote area. People who go to the north can really tell. This is a forest reserve we are talking of, which is allocated along Katugo. Those who have ever used that road, you can really know what the situation I'm talking of. Right Honorable Speaker, I may disagree with my colleagues who are saying that these roads should be blocked and maybe we only reserve the land for the forest. I'm requesting that please, we may help these communities, help the poor Ugandans to settle, because we cannot only have the artificial trees and yet people have nowhere to stay. We need to create some space for our people instead of saying that we should only keep protecting the natural tree, the artificial trees, yet they were cut. These are forest reserves which had natural forests. And if the natural trees were cut and you people are protecting the artificial trees, then I fail to know where will the
Conclude, Honorable, conclude. You know, she's the woman MP of the area.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My prayer is that these poor people, these communities should be provided some routes, some roads to the water sources so that they can really have some good clean water, because we are poorly living badly with poor water. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Maybe just for the record of the answer to capture it, there are no artificial trees planted in the artificials are these ones we use for Christmas. For Christmas decoration, plastic ones. Okay? So it's maybe indigenous versus which ones? Versus, should we say, improved? They are all forests, by the way. So they are all forests. Just the one of artificial. Honorable Sechansi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the recommendations. For sure, Nakasongola is a vulnerable district. Our colleagues, I want you to understand Nakasongola very well as a district. Nakasongola, we faced a lot of problems during colonialist time, whereby people were displaced to Lango side and the Langis here, you can bear me witness. Then when it came to 79, they were all chased from there. And it's as if it was a move by then, the government which was there. Most of the land in Nakasongola was taken to reserves, forest reserves. But there is no any forest there. All areas are occupied by people, human beings with their animals. That is the fact. So when someone comes here and deceive you that there is a forest being destroyed, there is nothing. Since here, the government just need to help Nakasongola people by wait, I will give you the information, but not now. The government and us, we need just to help people of Nakasongola to plant trees more, but all the areas I'm telling you, it is occupied, and I beg that you all aware that Mairo land in Nakasongola is a problem, absent landlords. When we went to Lango, coming back, we found when the land has been taken, and we settle there, we don't even sleep, day and night, people are coming, this is our land, this is our land, this is our land. Therefore, I request just the government that indeed Nakasongola need a special affirmative action which can help our people even to benefit in this PDM. If not that, really, we are going to suffer, and we are here to legislate for our people, not for the trees, not for the any other, but for the people. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable, the trees belong to the people. and the trees belong to the people. So I had already picked the members. To speak. I think I moved this side, isn't it? So I had picked Honorable Santa, Honorable Kurua.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the committee for the good work done. Right Honourable Speaker, we should accept that there is very high competition between human settlement and land. Human beings are increasing every day and night, but land is fixed. Right Honourable Speaker, National Forest Authority, they normally claim that their land were given to them from 1940s, many years ago. And they are moving from place to place, including my district, Amoro. They moved to an area, and they said, here was gazetted since 1946. And they start asking the community to quit the land. Right Honourable Speaker, much as we need to preserve our environment, the Bible says the animals, trees, and everything are to help human beings live well. Therefore,
which verse? The Bible, okay.
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, I'll quote the verse. Therefore, let what we have help the human being. Let me continue. I'll give you the information. I'll give you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Just wanted to help my brother with a verse, the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 28, where after creation, God gave a command for man and woman, to have dominion and establish dominion over all the creatures and subdue the earth.
Honorable colleagues, I think now you've known, in case someone gives you an exam to list members who escaped from seminary to parliament. You know who to start with. You add on Honorable Azar.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, therefore, let what we have help human being to live well on earth. Because you cannot come and start blocking roads, evicting people from land in the name of the forest, which was there so many years ago. And look at our constitution, Madam Speaker, 1995 constitutions. That says when somebody stayed in a particular area 12 years upon the enactment of the constitution, it means the land becomes lawfully for that particular person. The person becomes a bona fide owner. In case you stay in that land without being informed, whether by the government authority or that individuals. And now National Forest Authority, they claim that lands were given since 1940, 1946, 1948, yet the 1995 Constitution gives power of that land to that particular person living that land.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable colleagues, and I want us to be cautious. The law is the law. Okay? There is a process of people or government or whatever taking over a forest. There is a process of gazettement. As long as you've not gone through it, we can't just come here and we encourage people in one way or another. No? That forests are there to protect people, they must. No, it's a law. So when we are on the floor of Parliament, we must protect our roads. Yeah, okay? So I just want us to be very, very cautious. I had picked Honorable Santa Koruo. Let me see, one, okay? But Honorable Christine, I would want you to come in when, as a shadow minister, at the end, because you need to listen to Honorable colleagues. Yes. So I'm going to pick 1, okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then I come here. Let's do, just we ensure we be considerate of other members.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee. Mr. Speaker, there is a very stiff competition between humans and natural resources, and also animals. And this Parliament must handle it with a lot of care. Everywhere in most parts of the country, people are increasing in terms of population, and land is not increasing. 2, Mr. Speaker, I want to pose this question to the committee. On page 12, under arrest and eviction of local persons, you recommended that NFA compensate persons with lawful and provide claims over the land which was declared a forest reserve. Do you mean to say that there was land for people and NFA just went and planted trees or evicted people from their land? I want that clarification to be very clear, because this is a recommendation that at the end of the day we are going to adopt. And if so, Mr. Speaker, this signifies a very, very big problem that is being done by NFA. 2, Nakasongola is really water stressed, and it is very unfortunate that they can be blocked to access the Valley Dam. So, Mr. Speaker, on their report, the committee also placed some verdict on the people of Nakasongola of vandalizing of solar panel. I would like to find out from the committee if this is true. I want to know how far did you engage the local government? Because if this is happening, then this is very bad. Because even yesterday, as far as Karamojo was concerned, we are seeing this problem of the valley dams being constructed at a very high rate, and then people vandalizing it, Mr. Speaker. Then finally, the failure to protect this. I think this squarely rests on the local government, and we have security people on the ground, right from the villages, the parishes, the pisos, the gisos. I wonder how this can happen. What are they doing? They are being paid. Mr. Speaker, Nakasongola should be helped with trees. Many trees must be planted in Nakasongola to address the issue of water stress and erratic climatic conditions that we face today. I thank you.
Thank you. I think those two issues, Honourable Minister, is very, very important, especially to pick from the aspect Santa brought of compensation. Well, this is a forest, okay? Because we don't want, we want to be very, very cautious. No, I have a government, huh? Okay, so, Honourable,
Right Honourable Speaker,
yeah.
Nakasongola Forest, where we went, it has enclaves. And some enclaves belong to private people. So people came and bought. But in the enclaves, through the private land, it leads to where the Valley Dams are. So when private people came and bought the land, they closed the ways or the roads that go down to where the water is, which is in the middle of the forest. Now, a private person who has bought the land could not allow the community to access the Valley Dam, which is in the middle of the forest. So the people, what they were demanding is that they create a way through the forest to go and access the water, which is many miles away. We went there. So some of those things, and that's why the National Forest Authority gave a leeway that they are going to provide 6 meters along the outside so that they create new dams.
Now the one of compensation, access. Honorable John Face, which Honorable Santa? Yeah. Honorable Wanzara, yes?
Mr. Speaker, before the gazettement of Katugo Forest Reserve, there are some few families which settled there before the gazettement. Thereafter, the forest was gazetted, and those people continued to be there. But now, the NFA is putting those people, is forcing them to move away from the forest, and that's why those people are being taken to court every day and night. But when, in actual sense, they settled on that land before the gazettement of that forest. That's the clarification I wanted to give.
So, colleagues, you see, when we are making recommendations that have a charge on the consolidated fund, we have to be cautious. Parliament, we cannot sit here and we say, compensate people who are in a forest reserve. So if those people have their legal claim, there are ways of achieving that. They achieve it in court. We cannot, because you see, Parliament, you don't have the capacity to go through those intricacies of the claims, doing what. No, you have to be very cautious. Otherwise, that's how we make recommendations. They are difficult to implement. And then we are here saying, did we legislate in vain? Did we recommend in vain? I'm usually very, very cautious to ensure that the recommendation we make is implementable. Okay? If people are in court, if they are going to court, so how do we come and we say, no. We are tired, you're overtaking people to court, you're claiming so much. Now, Parliament, we are saying compensate. It can't work that way, honorable colleagues, to be honest. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Diamond wanted to make further clarification.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Actually, I also wanted to seek clarification from the committee. Did the committee satisfy itself? Because it is this Parliament which gazettes. And you are saying we gazetted that forest reserve when the people were settled there and no compensation was given. Like, I would want to know, when was this gazettement done? Is there documentary proof that when we gazetted this forest, actually people were there before you recommend compensation? I think the report doesn't bring out those facts.
That's why I said it is. Honorable Mukasa, you wanted, because I know from that side, you wanted to add on something.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank the committee for this good work done. And also Right Honourable Speaker, for letting a team go there and fact find regarding these issues. Generally, the committee has done a good job. However, on the issue of families which were there, I think what has not come out is that, yes, when the forest was gazetted in the 40s, as was being raised by Honorable from Amuru, there were families which were in that area, and the forest is gazetted, and those families actually keep staying there. They are not kicked out, they keep staying there. But now, when the National Forest Authority becomes very active, these people are asked to leave without any compensation. That's true. That's true. Because it is not only that the forest reserve was established in areas which are empty, which were vacant. Yes, in the main, yes, but also as they were doing it, they also included real villages, and there's evidence to this effect. Where is the evidence? Long-standing burial grounds, graves and so on, and trees and so on, which show human habitation. So it's true. I was born in that area, Right Honourable Speaker. I represented that area for a very long time, and I know. Therefore, it is not just in vain. It's not in vain. So when they are talking of compensation, yes, I think there's some truth in this matter. It's not that people now have gone in after gazettement and now they want to be compensated. No, that's not the case. That's not the case. In areas of Kalungu, that Kaisagara Forest Reserve, indeed, there were people who have been there for a long time. When that gazettement took place, they were there, and then they were asked to leave recently without any compensation. So, Right Honourable Speaker, maybe I may not get a chance of saying something extra. The committee has done a good job. That's good. And maybe even to enrich the report further, to stop this conflict, probably now that the Ministry of Water is in charge of bulk water, they could actually even establish these water points outside the forest reserves altogether. So that, Right Honourable Speaker, people don't have to have this conflict. But also, in case that has not happened, and to stop this conflict, then the National Forest Reserve Forest Authority must also incur an extra expense. Where they have created these corridors, they make sure there is actual fencing so that people, when they are going to get water with their animals, they don't stray. And pastoralists, Right Honourable Speaker, when they see grass over there, they will, go there. So to stop all this, if they could fence so that people go to the water points, come out without actually injuring the forest altogether, that would be very good. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, thank you for a very clear clarification. But we are limited by Article 93 as a Parliament. Okay? Issues of directing, go, compensate, and what, these are issues that should come from the executive. Maybe the recommendation could be put in a safer way to say that government investigates, the committee established that there were claims that looked plausible, so government should investigate these claims with a view of compensating the affected persons. Okay? But not saying the Parliament recommends that government should go and compensate. Honourable Aisha wanted something?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I wanted to add some voice on the guidance we are giving this Parliament. We have a committee which is led by the Prime Minister, which was directed by His Excellency the President, to look into those people who are claiming that They settled in the such areas in the like forests for so many years, or they were given by the former regimes authority to live there so that they can be compensated. So my request is that we add Nakasongola on that list and we ascertain whether these people, it's the real story they are giving us, so that we can add them on the list of those people. Those people are going to be compensated. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Santa will help us with an amendment so that we are safer. Okay? Yeah. Later, when we are about, Honourable, whoever will be ready. Yes. Honourable Kuruo, I had picked your Honourable colleagues in your order.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Nakasongola and Katakwi, geographically they are almost the same. They are in the lowland areas, and that is why I concur with the committee of desilting the dams. For sure, in a cattle corridor, if there is no water for the animals, and also even possibly for people to use, it is really a crisis. I've read the report. There is that simple conflict between the owners of the private forest who are maybe refusing the people, these valley dams to be desilted. To me, I suggest that these valley dams be desilted, just like the problem I've been raising here in Parliament about one valley dam in Katakwi in Itoroma called the Achuna Dam. This is a dam which is totally a very big problem because it is Achuna Dam. All the water coming from Karamoja region, when it rains, the whole place is flooded. But even up to now, that dam has not been opened. Finally, about degassetting the forest, me as an environmentalist, I disagree with degassetting the forest. For sure, we have seen the effect of climate change in our country. The only solution for that is possibly to encourage people in that area to plant more trees and also practice better farming methods. I know the cause of that should be land fragmentation. I submit that land fragmentation should be addressed in Nakasongola. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me also add my voice to thank the chairperson for the report. Mr. Speaker, since we were in lower secondary, this problem has persisted. I remember at some point, there was a lot of discussion in this parliament here about valley dams. Is it hostels that are made from valley dams or whatever? It just shows us that we have been trying to address a question that requires long-term strategy. We've been trying to solve them within weeks, months, or even years. Mr. Speaker, just when you look at Nakasongola, you pass through Nakasongola in any way, through the main road or any other place, it is highly degraded. And it is not just about cows. It is highly degraded, and it is not even good for human habitation. Mr. Speaker, there is something that has happened recently, and I see a lot of seriousness, and I suppose that could be a long-term strategy also for Nakasongola. Government of Uganda is drawing water from the Nile and taking to Gulu City, which is about 70 kilometers away. And I think even less than 70 kilometers away from Lake Yoga could go a long way to address this matter over a long period of time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were here talking about Karamoja, and one of those issues that were brought also applies to Nakasongola. That is diversification. The population of the animals, given the degradation that is there, we cannot sustain it. So therefore, government needs to come out with a plan, a strategy to diversify income sources for those who are keeping animals. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, I thank the committee for the report on the issues of Nakasongola. But I want to ask the ministry to give us a gazetted forest demarcation report so that we know all the forests in Uganda and their acreage and exactly where they pass. Because we have found, Right Honorable Speaker, that most of the forests are given away by officials in NFA. They are taken by the so-called big people. You find a forest, the land that would have a forest is taken away. And some actually even have land titles. So I think it might be even the same thing in Nakasongola. We agree. People might have been there before, but how did they come there? And where was the government when people were occupying NFA land? Now they say they want compensation. The government might lose money out of that. So I think we need to be more serious. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when I'm going to Tochi, my constituency, I drive through Nakasongola. I thank the committee for the report. In the report, we are informed that some of these valley dams were constructed as recent as 2016. That means they were constructed in those forests for a reason. We are told, and we all know, the area of Nakasongola with very low water table. I believe the choice of putting the valley dams in those forests was dictated by as the only place where water can be got. This is serious government investment which could have been put elsewhere if the situation had allowed. But the fact that it could only be found suitable in the forest is the reason they were put there. Now that it is bringing challenge now, bringing conflict between the farmers of animals and NFA with forest destruction. A middle ground needs to be found. How can we find a middle ground? Number one, as ably stated by other colleagues, talk of degazettement, which can also be contested given the climate change now. But number two, which has been brought by Honorable Kelo, we have the Nile. Since government invested heavily, can also invest again to prevent future conflict between humans and other natural resources for coexistence in our society. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Nobody else?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I think Nakasongola is almost similar to my constituency, Ojinja district, the rural, because my constituency is full of forest reserve. But Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes I wonder, before the creation of NFA, that is National Forest Authority, we used to have full forest cover under the ministry. Now with the presence of NFA, really forests are disappearing. And even, I think this is forcing even the community nearby to think that there is no need for the forestry. Because at the end of the day, the so-called big people, they go and acquire leases and plant trees. And after planting trees, when these trees grow, they reach a certain time and go and harvest. And then the whole forest looks like is cleared. Right Honorable Speaker, as I talk now, if you go to one of the forest reserve in my area, that is Namavundu, people are just harvesting the trees. The investors, the so-called investors, and when the locals do apply for the leases, they are not given chances. They are not given chances. Then, NFA, when they are implementing the act, they implement the act favoring them. The other part which favors the locals is not looked into. Because I hear, or if you read the act very well, at least there is 5% of the land to be utilized by the locals. But in my area, the whole thing is done by NFA, giving out land to the commercial farmers. Then to make matters worse, we have it under force. That it under force was discovered by the locals. But I tell you, NFA gave out that area, now people can't even access.
But Nyege people, that's why they commit all kinds of sins. From.
I tell you, Right Honorable Speaker, even during that time of Nyege.
Switch on, Honorable, switch on.
Where my people would enjoy. Where my people would enjoy. They never enjoyed because they had no access to Nyege. Because somebody had to pay about 2 million. No, you see, it's not all about Nyege. But even we used to use the ferry route to cross to Kayunga. But my people, up to now, they can't use the ferry route to cross to Kayunga. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think NFA, they need to show, they need to be like UPDF. I'm sorry to say this. You see UPDF, when they go to the communities, they show the community the reason as to why they are there. They are close to the people. If NFA can implement the act as it is, giving the locals also to feel that they are part and parcel of the forest reserve, then we shall have the forest in this country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'm really loving the debate about NFA because at least we are talking about its strictness. If it was about the strictness in preserving our forests, otherwise, if they were not this strict, would be having more or less zero forest cover. You know, big people who have been making titles in forests and all that. You find near every forest in this country, people already have titles. They are waiting for the collapse of NFA one day so that no one can chase after them and they enjoy their titles. So at least they are doing a good job of being strict when it comes protecting forests is concerned. Vero, then Margaret, then Joab, then Yona.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Chair, for the report and taking on your time to go and visit Nakasongola. It's really a good thing you did. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank the Chair and the committee for the recommendations. But Right Honorable Speaker, we come here and give good recommendations, but implementation is hard. I pray we add one recommendation here in Central. Nakasongola is in Central. The Kabaka of Uganda came out and requested all people in Uganda to have the Kabaka's forest on their land. I pray we encourage people to plant trees on their land because climate change is a big problem in Uganda. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of dams, the dam that was constructed in the forest, I was wondering how the dam was constructed in the middle of the forest, but I think that has been cleared. But the Honorable Minister for Water is here. We came here some time back complaining about how the dams are being constructed. They are not safe for the people. The water is not good for home consumption because we use the same dams with animals. But the ministry has not even taken any action, not even coming on ground as directed by the Speaker to see what we are talking about. I will use this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to request the Minister of Water that she is here to put in action what was directed by the Speaker, as the committee did in Nakasongola. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister, you will respond. Yes, Honorable Lamwaka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee so much for the detailed report they have come with. Nakasongola gives me visa to go to Ketgum. And when I'm passing Nakasongola, the first thing I normally see is that there is also, amidst the water that they don't have, there is also high rate of burning charcoal in Nakasongola. Yes. And this is done by the big shots who have bought land there, and they want maybe to have the land for grazing. And you get almost the traditional trees are completely not there. My suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that since we receive seeds, maize seeds, to support the food production, how I wish these sister ministries would come out and give trees to members of parliament, and we do the mass plantation of trees in all our areas that we have. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, is that I normally wonder, this is one government, these ministries are sister ministries. Now NFA goes straight to fence the water. The people of Nakasongola are left like that. They have not thought of the human being and the animals there. And these people who also have their own Milo go and fence the water. The poor person in Nakasongola is the one suffering. Can this Ministry of Water, can NFA sit together as they are going to fence? There could be at least water which the people in this place could have.
Thank you. Honorable Jawab, then Honorable Yona, then Honorable
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I'm also somehow getting concerned. It seems the people who are not doing their job well. Because when you look at development, development should be guided. And the law in Uganda has been in such a way that indeed development should be guided. For example, what we are saying is that today the whole country is a physical planning area according to the National Physical Planning Act. And I want to think that when development is going on in any part of this country, there are established authorities. For example, every district has a physical planning committee and all other local governments. So therefore, when these developments are taking place, like the valley dams, vis-a-vis afforestation by individuals and National Forest Authority, why don't the physical planning committees in the respective areas guide this development? For example, I know in my area, it is very difficult for anybody owning land to develop it without granting accessibility to a public facility. So that water is a public facility. So I'm wondering, where were these committees in the local governments and maybe in the relevant ministries? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would pray that this House directs the relevant ministries to revisit whether these procedures were followed. If they are not followed, then the developers, including the NFA and the individual developers, are directed to provide access. Otherwise, we cannot simply sit down and see the public making loss on this public facility. Government has invested heavily on these water sources. And then for somebody to simply come and fence off, making the facility inaccessible, when all government agencies, government departments, and ministries are simply watching, I think we are not doing our job right. Mr. Speaker, that is my concern.
Thank you. Honorable Yona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the committee for the good report. Mr. Speaker, today we are talking of global warming. And what is global warming today? Humans have not only misbehaved on themselves. You are talking of nyege, it's misbehavior. Adultery is misbehavior. Defilement, misbehavior. Murders, misbehavior. They have not only stopped on misbehaving on themselves, they have gone ahead and misbehaved on God's creation, on the nature.
Honorable, say we.
I'm not part of those people. I'm a seminarian like you, and Speaker, you know that. Humans, we have gone ahead, mostly you, to encroach and misbehave on God's nature. And what is the repercussion? God has punished you, and he has punished me, even me, the innocent one. How has he punished me and you? He has punished you with global warming, with too much heat. Me, I can barely cover myself in bed. And I know all of you don't cover. You have misbehaved on God's creation by deforestation. You are defiling the forest like he has put. And I want to assure you, tomorrow, the future generation, there is no future. So I thank the committee. I thank NFA. By the way, I want to dissociate myself from the member who was saying, and I add my voice to the speaker, NFA has done a commendable job. Forests, most of the forests were sold by the Ministry of Water then, district forests. We want to thank NFA for the ritual that we have today and for enforcing the law. That's why you are crying, people of Nakasongola, my brother here. And I'm seeing the minister who is spearheading mergers. Mr. Minister, listen to me, sir. As you are on your phone planning for mergers of these institutions, you are going to roast your children and great-great-grandchildren of tomorrow. Immediately you talk of takeover, of merging NFA to NA over water and whatever. These grabbers who are misbehaving on themselves are ready to go and finalize their titles which they are planning to make.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, Honorable Yona, from what I've seen, it's only you who will go to heaven. So you will be bored around there. Because I can see all your colleagues from your judgment will be left behind. The problem, if I allow you, Honorable Christine, I won't allow you again. And yet, you and your colleague here, because you also have to get. Okay. Yes. Honorable Mapenduzi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to join my colleagues in thanking the committee for the report. But, Honorable Speaker, there is a bigger problem in this country. Today we live in a country where people try to compete on how to break laws. We even have leaders who try their best to side with criminals. Right, Honorable Speaker, the problem of encroachment on forest reserves, encroachment on wetland, destruction on the environment is becoming unbearable. Right, Honorable Speaker, there seems to be, in this country, there seems to be more people interested in cutting trees than those interested in planting and growing. And it is sad that we have got agencies that are mandated to make sure these laws are implemented to dot. I am disappointed with the ministry and also disappointed with NFA. Recently, right, Honorable Speaker, the President issued an executive order putting a ban on the indiscriminate cutting of trees for charcoal business. But when you see the number of trucks, and these violators keep on changing tricks. Now they have changed from carrying it on open trucks, they are now using box trucks. The law enforcement agencies have roadblocks. They know what is going on, but they side with the criminals. Who is going to handle this? Right, Honorable Speaker, apart from implementing the President's directive, the ministry is supposed to help this country come with alternative measures. We have repeatedly told the ministry to come with policies on, one, introducing fast-growing trees so that we protect the indigenous tree species. While we grow, we plant those ones that grow faster and they become alternative. We have been talking about promoting the use of briquettes and other alternative energy sources. But you don't see any effort being done. So much as we applaud the committee for doing a wonderful job, right, Honorable Speaker, there is need for the ministry and the law enforcement agencies to stop implementing the laws selectively. There are places where they close their eyes. There are places where, and there are also government officials whose trucks are involved in carrying charcoals. It is painful when you drive from here to Gulu, passing via Nakasongola. It is difficult to see mature trees in Nakasongola, indigenous tree species. You find pine trees and these ones that are now being brought from elsewhere. And if we are not...
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Penduz has brought a very important point. I shared with Professor Menason Tueyo, the former Dean of Forestry at Macquarie. He told me the issue of charcoal, there are trees which grow in 2 years and are ready for charcoal. So it's just a matter of government policy, saying, no, people here are making good money out of charcoal. It can be a commercial venture. Plant trees which you harvest in 2 years and you have charcoal without affecting the environment, going to cut the young trees. So thank you for that. I want to Martin Muzari, Honorable Kazini. No, I'm trying to pick those who haven't spoken today. Okay? Yeah, because I'm seeing and I talked to Honorable Chirumira stood up now. Yes, Honorable Martin Muzari, we have 15 minutes to conclude this. So I'll pick 5 colleagues, 3 minutes each.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm back in my mode, away from the sugar bill. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report and the recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, I think as government, we need to begin to act. We have the planning ministry that is responsible to see that strategic interventions are done in particular areas. Now, if individuals in those ministries misallocate resources, put an infrastructure where it's not supposed to be, and then today we are saying we should close that infrastructure where we spent a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, I think time has come where we should hold people culpable for such misallocation of resources in this government. Right Honorable Speaker, I have had a colleague talking about humans sharing the same water source with the animals. These projects are supposed to be designed in a way that animals can benefit from this infrastructure as well as humans. Ideally, the problem would be with the planners or the designers of these projects. Mr. Speaker, it comes back to the same point I've just talked about, that I think time has come that we begin to act. If we have paid you money for consultants and you fail to come up with a good job, you should be held responsible for that loss. Otherwise, a lot of mess is still going on. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about climate change. The truth is, NFA, we appreciate the law they are doing, but they are not doing enough. Before, we used to receive some trees as members of parliament in a bid to try to promote forestation in this country. But of late, we are not receiving any trees. And we going to our communities, planting those little quantities of trees. It is a very big message that we send out to the communities that time has come, we plant trees. And the issue of trees that can grow very fast is also very important. Otherwise, there are seedlings that are being given to people to plant that can grow after a very long period of time, about 10 years. Yet, the issue of charcoal, Right Honorable Speaker, is still a very big challenge in our communities because most...
Thank you. So I'll pick Honorable Kazini. I'll pick Honorable Azza. I pick Honorable Anwar. I pick Honorable Rauben. I also pick Honorable Nakut. Yes. Oh, because of gender. Okay, I pick Iganga. And happy to see Honorable Asaba here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the good report. Mr. Speaker, I'm among the people who are working very hard to go to heaven. And you can go to heaven by telling the truth. The honorable member here mentioned that Bugoma forest is seriously encroached on. And I want to tell the members that Bugoma is in my constituency. And I want to confirm his words that seriously, Bugoma is encroached on. And the people that have encroached on Bugoma forest, some of them we are seated with them here. They give orders, and even some are not very far. And Mr. Speaker, if we want to protect the natural forests, we must open the boundaries for these forests to clear, to mark the demarcation and the boundaries of this forest. Some of our people are encroaching on these forests without knowing the boundaries. Mr. Speaker, I want to request your office that it is now almost a year since Bugoma forest boundaries were opened. But up to now, they haven't produced a report. And I don't know what they are waiting for. The Minister of Lands, together with the NFA, they opened the boundaries of Bugoma forest, but there is no report up to now. And as I talk now, the locals are encroaching on the forest because they don't know the exact boundaries. Therefore, as I conclude...
Point of order.
Thank you. Right on, Speaker. My colleagues put across a very serious allegation. that there are other members from this house who are giving directives for our natural resources to be depleted. Right, Honourable Speaker, is the honourable member in order to put the allegations, but it does not mention the names of those individuals?
Thank you.
Is it order, Honourable Speaker?
Honorable, why are you making Honorable Oranyaruke suspect? So can you mention the people?
Mr. Speaker,
even me, I'm looking a suspect.
Perhaps he is suspecting to be among them, but he's not among. But Mr. Speaker, for security reasons, I may not mention here, but they are within us.
No, honorable colleagues, how Parliament works, when you make an allegation on a member, because forest encroachers to be seated among us here, they have to be exposed. So if you're not sure, because you have immunity, no one can prosecute you for any statement you make here. And moreover, you said you want to go to heaven. Now you're going to fail at the last minute. I thought you would join Honorable Yona. Honorable Zijan, can you help our colleague? Honorable Zijan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wanted to move under procedure. The Honorable Member has expressed concern for his freedom after speech. And Right Honorable, I would wish that we take his fear seriously, given that when we exit the premises of this house, we are not given security. So for the sake of our brother, I ask that either we expunge his submission and assume that he did not say it, but prevailing upon him to mention names might endanger him. Are we proceeding well, Right Honorable Chair?
Honorable,
by pressing our member to put himself in danger.
The oath you took, Honorable, says without fear or favor. If you knew fear was a dominant factor, okay, you shouldn't have taken that oath. Honorable Yomunsi?
I just want to assure members that the government will not go for any member of parliament because you have, or any person, but especially members of parliament, and because you have made a submission. The NRM government believes in the open methods of work and zero tolerance to corruption. And therefore, if the honorable member has names, he can table them, or if he's fearful, he can submit them to the government. And I'm here as the acting leader of government business. No. I'm saying he can give them to us as government in the confidence if he fears table them, and then we shall act on that.
No, Honorable Yomunsi, you see where the problem comes. He has said they are seated among us. Okay? And really, this is a honorable house. So, to have suspects here. Okay? And he also said the statements he's going to make are the only ones which will take him to heaven. Now, along the way, he got scared of going to heaven. Okay? So, honorable member, if you are not ready to mention the members, okay, I think it is difficult to maintain this statement on record the way it is if you cannot name and shame. This is a house of accountability. So I give it to you. If you cannot name the people you have said are seated in this house, members of this house, then you have to withdraw so that it gets off the official record of Parliament. That part of members.
Mr. Speaker, for security reasons, I'm going to withdraw the statement. But the truth is, Bogoma Forest is gone.
No, the encroachment on Bogoma Forest is not an issue we are talking about. The component we are concerned about is of members of this August House who are seated there. It might be Honorable Azar and you're fearing a punch right away.
to avoid the fights within the House, I withdraw that one. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that as leaders, we must support the NFA because they are doing a good job to protect these forests. And because the leaders have not supported the NFA, that is why you see most forests in Uganda are encroached on. I therefore call the leaders who are here and outside there that let us support NFA and other agencies to support our forests. I
Thank you. Now, I will invoke Rule 229 so that the answered is cleared of that part of members of this House who are seated here. But the rest of the content is clear content. The area member, Bugoma has been encroached on, okay? And government should look into this seriously. And Honourable Minister, I will expect you to answer on the report, on the issue of the report, which he said is more than a year ago, but you haven't made the report public on this.
Mr. Speaker, for information, the exercise was conducted by Minister of Lands together with NFA. So
yes,
that
NFA is under Minister of Water.
Thank you.
So NFA cannot come to Parliament. It's their minister. Okay, Honourable Azar.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And members of the committee, thank you very much for the good report. Mr. Speaker, the immediate neighbor of Nakasongola district is Kiriadongo, going northwards. And as we are aware, this area has got refugees. It has got refugees, and since people are producing day and night, and since refugees they are not about to go back to Sudan and South Sudan, and others were from Kenya, please let us expect bigger problems than what we are witnessing now. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, with the presence of the refugees in that area, and since the population is expanding, the following must be really must be worked upon. For the issues of valley dams, cattle grazing, lack of access to other natural resources, other water sources, access routes to gardens, issues of deforestation, charcoal burning, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, the sooner this one is done, the better for the country and the better for the people of Nakasongola. Otherwise, it's a time bomb which is only waiting to explode into proportions of volcanicity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Nywa, then Honourable Saba.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, climate change is real and is affecting all of us. Therefore, it's our collective responsibility to protect, preserve our environment. And for that matter, I would like to thank the committee for the wonderful report. Right Honourable Speaker, much as we think about our present situation, we should also be mindful of the next generation coming after us. Right Honourable Speaker, my only concern with NFA is the way they transmit information to fellow Ugandans. For example, Right Honourable Speaker, in Agago district, last month, people woke up with officials from NFA coming with markstones to gazette certain places without informing the people. Right Honourable Speaker, I request that NFA inform the country with areas they have gazetted as forest reserve. Thank you.
No, NFA does not gazette. It's this Parliament which gazettes. So maybe opening boundaries. And I think the process of opening boundaries, Honourable Minister, should involve informing readers of the area. Otherwise, what Honourable Ricky is saying, it might lead to chaos sometimes. Okay? The way people react, Honourable Saba, and Honourable Nakut, Honourable Rauben, and Uganda.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. I have one concern about the compensation that has been mentioned about. Right Honourable Speaker, we are taking this matter rightly, but in most cases, I would want to urge the government, the more especially the ministry concerned, to take keen interest in some of these matters. It happened in my constituency where NFA in Katikara, people were complaining that NFA had taken over their land instead. We all took it for granted that really people must have encroached NFA land. At the end of the day, the government could not help. When these people went to court found out after carrying out, when surveyors came on ground, they found out that the acreage that was meant for NFA was apart, and the remaining portion of land was really for these people, and they were genuine, and they were being chased away. They had spent almost 5 years when they are suffering being chased away by NFA. So in most cases, when members come out, we really need to pick keen interest, and we go on ground and find out the exact matter. Then lastly, NFA also, they do connive with people who are cutting trees in forests. In our area, you just look at when you are moving, you may think the forest is there, but inside, there are no trees. They just camouflage, they come around here, they say, you go and cut, we are protecting you. And people fell all the trees, and these trees are not there. That's my submission. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
They leave forests on the roadside. Yes. When inside, they have harvested. Wow. Honourable Nakut.
Right Honourable Speaker, when the lead petitioner was submitting, I understood his pain. The pain comes from where the community does not have where to take their livestock to drink from. It's not on whether the community wants to occupy the forest. It is in that mistake of taking a water facility into the forest. That means the solution that is practical here should be on how the community can access water elsewhere. He has even given a proposal that there is alternative land. It will lead in getting land where Ministry of Water can put a dam. And I think we should support that one so that we are solving the need in the community, even as we all support together with the community the need to protect the forest. Now, I have a problem with the report, the recommendations, the way they are crafted by the committee. The recommendations give tasks to too many agencies. Ministry, for example, one recommendation says a consultant should be sourced by Ministry of Water, Ministry of Agriculture, by NFA. When there are too many people to do the same job, nobody will do it. And then the situation will remain the same year in, year out. So I propose that the recommendations, wherever they are ambiguous as such, be edited so that it is clear who is going to do the work. If we are saying government, if we're not sure because of the competition in ministries, we're not sure, we would rather say government, the executive or government do this. Otherwise, I'm worried the recommendations will remain the way they are and nothing will happen and the need will remain the same. Of course, there seems to be a fight which this parliament must help government on who is technical to handle issues of water in our country. We need to help Ministry of Water. If every ministry now wants to do water, Ministry of Tourism wants to do water in the game parks, Ministry of Agriculture wants to do water to take to the livestock farmers, Ministry of Water wants to do water, who is going then to do water? Is it a vote of no confidence to the Ministry of Water? Maybe we should then consider if Ministry of Water is not competent to handle water in Uganda, especially water for production, let's come out clear and rationalize it to other ministries.
Thank you. But Honorable, that's why government came up with program-based budgeting. Okay? So if it's a program to do with provision of water, then it has to go under Ministry of Water. If it's to do with roads, because I saw Minister of Lands was doing roads, Minister of Agriculture doing roads, Defense doing roads, Minister for Infrastructure doing roads, Presidency roads. ICT digging road is at put in pipes for internet and all that. Okay? So program-based budgeting is aimed at sorting that issue, harmonization of the sector. So, and I hope we are moving very well. That's why I was emphasizing when we were discussing the budget framework paper, saying we need also to move along those lines so that we remain within the programs. So, but on amendments, you have not helped us. You have given us an assignment instead. Okay? So here, when we are about to put a question, there is a proposed amendment from Honorable Santa. Also be clearing yours properly so that it's well captured. Just where we can say government, because we can't say government go and hire a consultant. No, we are doing the work of the executive. Should assign government, then the implementation, they are the ones who know the nitty-gritties of the implementation.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
The forester, this injury is a forester.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the report. I will start on gazettement. All the forests in Uganda, they were gazetted in 1932 up to 38. At that time of the gazettement, they compensated everyone who was in the forest reserve. Then in 1980s, there is a program which came called double production through self-reliance. It was under me. They entered the forest reserves. Then in some other forests, when they were gazetting, they left in what we call enclaves. They thought those enclaves, the people inside there, will protect the forest and provide cheap labor to the forest. But now they have started expanding. So those people here want compensation. Actually, they expanded beyond the area. That is the example of Nakasongora. That's what happened. I'm talking from a professional view. Then when we talk of encroachment and the population, when you go to areas like Kabare, which has high population, Mbarara, Bushenyi, no one enters in a forest reserve to encroach. Then you ask yourself, is Nakasongora and Mbarara and Kabare and Bushenyi, which has more population? Let us also think of mindset to teach our people the use of forests. Then every forest that was gazetted with objective. We have some forests which were gazetted as natural forests to remain natural. Name them Mabera, name them all those. Then the other areas which were gazetted to be for plantations. That is Nakasongora, when you go to West Nile, when you go to Fort Potro. Because we wanted to get timber, to get paper, to get now plywood from those forests. When we go to encroachment, the encroachment has become a problem. It started under our production. In 2011, when the digitization of titles came, they started making titles in the forest reserve. At the moment, it has gone high. Someone gets a title, goes to court. When he goes to court, the same person who has given a title in lands goes the one to represent the government. What happens?
Yeah, conclude
the government loses a case. Then in addition to loses a case, we lose land and even people be compensated. Someone in Bugoma was compensated 3 billion, yet is in a forest reserve. In the Chikube, that is Buhunjiro, that is in Fort Potro, Chegegwa was compensated about 1.6. So it's this parliament actually outside there. They are now getting shortcut using codes to negotiate this forest land. Lastly, the forest cover, by the time NFA came in, 70% was outside forest reserve. 15% was under Uganda Wildlife Authority, 15% was under NFA. So when before NFA, all the forests were under forest department. But when they started sharing, this is for NFA, this is for the district, almost all what we left under the district, all the forest is finished. NFA is doing its best, but through hardships. So we need this parliament to come to their rescue and save them. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for submitting from a point of a forester. I saw Honorable Mruri Mukasa, who submitted from a point of someone who was born in a forest and grew up. No, Honorable Minister, please.
How could we be compensated and we live in the forest and the forest people don't even talk about us for all those years from the 1940s? There was something, you know, a little bit not quite straight in the reasoning of that experienced forester.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, the Honorable Lady from Iganga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It becomes hard to speak after a professional, somebody from forester, like they've said. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you for the opportunity, and I want to join my colleagues in thanking the committee for their report. I also respect the cry for my colleague, the Honorable Wanzala from Nakasongola, for bringing the cry for his people, or the people of Nakasongola. I also add my voice that may his prayer be heard, but not abusing the forest. Right Honorable Speaker, the government should be serious, like you said. You don't leave people like they've said they had created enclaves, people again encroaching the forest, and you just let them, and now people are asking for a path through, but the government was just looking on. I also wanted to bring my concern for the people. We have people who are dealing in timber, in Iganga, and like elsewhere, and also Chaco. Sometimes these people are disturbed and arrested by the police officers, yet they are not getting this timber maybe from the natural forest or the forests that are gazetted by the government. It is their business, but they are disturbed. So I felt it wise and wanted to bring this concern to the know of the House, because they are innocent, but they are always disturbed. And for us in Iganga, we have so many people who are dealing in that, and they had asked me to even bring it to your office. But at least I've gotten a chance to be here as the committee was presenting. So I think they should come up with a measure. Government should be serious and protect their forests and not disturb these people, because people have planted their trees, and it is the trees that they are cutting down for timber to do business. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chirumira. Then Honorable Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I join my colleagues in debating about this very important issue. But Right Honorable Speaker, what I want to put across is that our people can coexist with these forests. My biggest issue is the kind of energy that is used by NFA in applying the law. In the report, it is indicated that some people were harassed. Animals were taken away and sold to pay fines. Some people were arrested and taken to courts. And that's where I find an issue. Much as we credit them for a very good work they are doing for our country, but they need to lower down the kind of energy they are doing in implementing or applying the law. Because I come from Luwero, and that is neighborhood with Nakasongola, and we do farming in Nakasongola. We know what our people are going through with NFA, and that is a fact. So application of the law should be well calculated by NFA to help in the coexistence of our people with the NFA and the National Forest. Most important, Right Honorable Speaker, these are indigenous people, and they have been living there since time immemorial. And I want to pray that, or add my voice on the previous people have debated, that they should be respected
And somehow those who are affected grossly, they should be compensated. Thank you, Right Honourable
Thank you, Honourable President.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My submissions would be to help ourselves direct our decisions as far as deforestation is concerned, and also degazettement and gazettement. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to put it forward that poor performance, for example, of a member of parliament does not lead to removal of a constituency, but it just leads to election of a new person. The same would apply to NFA. If there are some challenges with its performance, it is not better to close it, it is better to improve its performance. So we are aware that NFA only manages 15% of the forest reserves in Uganda. The rest are managed by the districts and the private people. But the challenge is that the perception countrywide, every forest reserve, people think it is managed by NFA. So even the district leaders hide in there. Even when they spoil their forests, they put it on NFA and inform the public that it's NFA that does not mine. So the rest of the 85% of the forest reserves we have in Uganda is by local governments and private people. Then, Right Honourable Speaker, there is a concept of community forestry that we used to have under the rainforests and also what we call natural forests. So it is natural forests versus plantation forests. Natural forests, some other people also call it rainforests. And also plantation forests, some people also call them commercial forests. So the concept of community forestry was working well under the natural forest.